Hello, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to sunny and clear Villarreal, Portugal. So we are here once again. Hopefully you joined us yesterday for the first couple of rounds of qualifying. And if you didn't, well, here we are. We got the final 3 rounds of qualifying about to go out on track in just a few minutes' time. You might be able to hear the wonderful sound of high-revving Nitro big block engines getting started. They're heading out to the pit lane now, the mechanics. You can see them walking out. And if you want to see some photos of the of the action and the pits and the drivers and the cars and some of the cars on track, well, all the cars are on track, I think, are on the EFRA Facebook page. EFRA.ws is the website of EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles. So we are here presenting the 2023 1/8 IC Track European Championships. And again, we are in Villarreal, Portugal, not too far from Porto, which is on the coast. Drive inland about an hour or so, and you'll hit Villarreal. Beautiful little town. Beautiful Villarreal. Yeah. We managed to rediscover the sort of the main courtyard, or the city center, I suppose, of the town.
Yeah, been here a few times, and it is such a beautiful little town, or big town, small city, big town.
Yeah, it's got that sort of feel to it. There's a university, so there's lots of like street art, like some cool painted the gable ends of buildings, stuff like that, and it's really nice. Lovely little place. Love coming to Villarreal, and we do also love X-Ray for providing sponsorship for this, providing us with sponsorship to bring you this excellent coverage for the weekend, and also Lens Buddies, who are, if you're not aware of them, if you're not into the high end, the sharp end of the racing scene, they're one of the bigger body shell producers on the market. And we have Mr. Lens Bodies himself, Mr. Hot Race, Nicola Moroni from Napoli, Italy.
We've got to get him on the stream in the
We are definitely going to get him on the stream. I found out, I had a chat with him yesterday. I had dinner with his cousin, also named Nicola, also from Napoli. Very, very confusing. They look fairly similar, I guess, but, the familial resemblance sort of thing. And so I said, I had dinner with your cousin last week in where was I last week? Groningen. And so he told me he kind of heard about it, and we'll find out. He has his English is pretty good. I've never had a chat with him before, but obviously we've seen each other quite a bit at these events, at lots and lots of EFRA events. And so we're gonna definitely have him on the stream, and we're gonna try. Well, we're definitely gonna get friends of the program, as we like to call them, people like Ulyss Grosskamp and Dominic Greiner and many other of these racers that are out here. We're hoping to have, I'm sure we'll get Robert Peach and Dario Balestre out.
Tilo?
We're definitely going to, I was building to Tilo.
Oh, okay,
I was building to Tilo. Tilo of the voice who could just like set you to sleep. He's got that sort of Barry White.
Is that a compliment?
Yes. No, okay. But he's got that look. He's like
doesn't sound like a compliment.
He's the German Barry White.
Wow. I like Dario's voice. It's so smooth and silky.
Yeah. He's Italian, first of all. So yeah, there is that. So we've got lots and lots of great stuff lined up for you today. Out on track at the moment. You can see the cars going around on one of our, this is our finish line camera. You can see there, nice wide line from that, is that number 9? So we've got every 10 minutes there's a new qualifying run going. So just to catch everybody up, if you weren't watching yesterday's coverage, we've got 3 rounds of qualifying today: Q3, Q4, Q5. So Q3, Q4. It's our qualifying round 3, qualifying round 4. Then our lunch break that starts at about 12:50. an hour later at 1:50 is the start of Q5, so the fifth and final round of qualifying. So the fast guys, as we like to call them, the top heats is another term. That's our top 2 heats of qualifying. There's 7 rounds of or 7 groups of qualifying. So groups 6 and 7, they are out today in this round, Q3, at 11:10 and 11:20. And these times are GMT, BST, or CET -1. We'll just use GMT for simples. So at 11:10 and 11:20. And then for Q4, they're back out at 12:30 and 12:40. And at we're going to have a bit of a lunch break. I think we're going to go on pause or come back as a separate thing. Do we know, Matt?
Undecided.
Okay, undecided. But either way, keep your ears peeled for at 2:40 and 2:50. The easiest way, actually, because we're not sure whether we're going to, because it's a long lunch break basically, and just showing an hour of nothing happening, flags waving. It's beautiful to watch flags wave in the wind, but it's not all that engaging when you've seen cars flying past you at 80 miles an hour. So we may go off stream and come back. The easiest way to solve that, actually, is to either subscribe on YouTube to either EFRA YouTube channel or RC Racing TV YouTube channel and hit the bell icon. And what that does is, I know you hear this from all sorts of YouTubers, but what that does is it sends you a notification saying, so-and-so is live. So you can do the same thing on Facebook as well, on EFRA or RC Racing TV Facebook.
Frank.
Yes.
Oh, qualifying started. Sorry.
Qualifying has started.
I have exciting news. I'll bring it to you after qualifying. Okay. Needless to say, welcome and we love you, Luca Grimaldi. Over to you.
Okay. Hello to Luca Grimaldi. Yes, so qualifying
First ever RCTV hero. Anyway, go.
All right. Oh, sweet. That's perfect. So that's the first person that Matt is going to be sending some stickers to. Yeah?
Yep, stickers on the way to Luca.
Bam, bam!
And Luca, if you have any requests of who you'd like us to follow,
yes,
bash it in the chat.
Yes, and we
we'll
will look
do
at your comments first. We will follow Luca's follow requests first before anybody else's. So if he goes, follow this guy that only I know, that I met one time 10 years ago, I'll recognize his name, and he's racing here. So he's in this heat, or he's in the heat in about 10 hours from now. We're going to follow that. So that's what being an RCTV hero does. So, in case you're curious. Oh, and you get free sticker sheet that we're passing out to people. You'll see photos in the of bodies of people like, I don't know, Yillis Grosskamp and hopefully Dario Balestri, Greiner, and who else has it? Oh, Filippo Dominine has a couple of stickers on his car. Robert Peach, you may have heard of him. He's got some stickers on his car. So yeah, there's a few out there on track already. But let's very quickly. These guys are these qualifying heats are very, very quick. So all of this chatter, we're already halfway through the first round of qualifying for these guys. So car 1 is Javier Corbalon Monserrate from Spain. Jose Felix from Portugal, Cristiano Coelho from Portugal. Not Bruno Coelho's relation, probably. Carlos Sanchez Lopez from Spain. Francesco Armano Rinaldi from Spain. From Portugal, we've got Ricardo Sousa, Constantino Salkas, and Jose Angel. Well, okay, sorry, I thought the next guy was from Greece as well, but obviously he's from Greece. From Spain, we have Jose Angel Gutierrez Boet, and from Greece we have Antonis. Now this is going to be a difficult one in car 9. Kara Georgiou. Oh, that wasn't as hard as I thought. Okay, so who are we on right now? We're on the green car of the driver of the green car coming down the main straight. Across the finish line now. That's car 6 of Ricardo Sousa. Ricardo out there doing some laps. Going down the pit straight now. Sousa currently in 4th position. Corbalon, Gutierrez, Felix, Sousa. Felix just popped up. Sousa staying in 4th position as he comes across once again. Oh, no, he's popped up in the 3rd. Gutierrez, Sanchez, Kara Georgiou. So it's Soklas. Coelho falling out of this one. Oh, and yeah, there's the car 3 just being retrieved by Yillis. No better turn marshal to turn marshal your car than Yillis Grosskamp. Although I do have the dubious honor of having Masami Hirosaka turn marshal my car at one of the many NORCA Nationals I went to in Las Vegas. And the reason why he had to turn marshal my car in the very first corner of the race when I didn't touch anybody, can you guess? It's because I didn't glue my tires to the wheels. There you go. So, yeah, that was demoralizing. Hey, there's Masami getting my car. And he's picking up my tires as well. So that was good. Yeah, so that is the run finished. Felix Corbelan, Felix Gutierrez. And they're coming across these greens could be a little bit more differentiated. Because when they finish, it goes to dark green. But when they're not finished, it's this very pale green. You know what I mean? Something for our developer to do, maybe. So there's our finishing order for the first run. Portugal, Spain, Spain, Portugal, Spain, Greece, Greece, Portugal, Spain, Portugal. And look at that beautiful blue sky. That is what we've got to look forward to today. Absolutely gorgeous weather at the moment. Yesterday we peaked at about 32 degrees, which is for Brits, yes, it's hot. But it's only like 85 degrees or something like that, or maybe not. I think it's like 80 degrees. It's not very hot. At the moment, it's 29.5, but that's because the sun is shining on my little temperature gauge. 42% humidity. So it's pretty chill. It's nice. Give me just one moment. Just lining up Yillis Grosskamp to have a chat with us at some point. So Yillis giving us a very definite, yes. When he TQs the next run, he'll come over and have a chat. But so we've got Q3 Heat 2 coming out. So we've got Eduardo Dulac. Now we have some really we see his name all the time. If you're a regular watcher of RC Racing TV and EFRA broadcasts, you'll be familiar with his name. He's actually Brazilian, but he runs under the Portuguese flag for EFRA championships. So he's not actually Portuguese, but it'd be, I guess, similar if I were to race under the BRCA federation. Having been a member of the BRCA before, you can just, I guess you can do that. Yeah, so I gotta watch how. How close I get to the railing here. People stepping over the cord. So yes, so he's no, he runs under the Swiss flag, sorry, somehow. But anyway, but he's Brazilian. We also have Marcus Seiber, famously in the Tiffany green car. I see him down there. Evangelos Totomas from Greece. Francisco Vidal Cardona from Spain. Gianluca Del Cielo from Italy. Florian Lawyer from Austria, Duarte Faria from Portugal, and from Spain we have Manuel Angel Picon and Alberto Fernandez Vidal. So the only problem with the three-name Spanish system and the layout of the names in the qualification sheet listings that we've got is that I'm not sure. Sometimes when it's Manuel Angel, and I'm pretty sure Picon is the last name, but if it looks like three first names, it's very difficult. So apologies if I do get some of these wrong. We will be paying attention to the chat. So we are, of course, welcome people to the chat where you can participate and partake and get to know your fellow RC-loving friends out there in RC Racing TV land. Just bringing up the chat right now. There we are. So, yes, good morning, everybody. Yes, Basher NZ saying zing zing. That's actually a good hello for Nitro events. Hello from Tasmania. Well, hello to Tasmania, Australia. And yes, of course, we do have a reminder that you can support the RCTV program by basically, well, by buying merch. We've got some really cool shirts and hats and hoodies available. We do have stickers available as well, but the only way to get those is to actually attend, be in person at an event that RC Racing TV is at, such as the EFRA European Championship events, or have a friend who's at the event, ask for, well, one for himself and one for you. Or you can be an RCTV hero, and we'll basically, that is to join the RCTV on, not just subscribe, but join. So you pay 5 currency units, and we'll physically mail you out a sheet of stickers. Utah here, 3:30 a.m. Oh my goodness. Well, hello to you, sir. I hope you haven't been up late at night doing things, you know, crazy things, and then this is like you're going to sleep sort of thing. But anyway, 3:30 a.m. I hope you know, stay up with us. We got many hours going on here. So good luck Italian team, good luck French team. Go Mugen. Again, good morning, everybody. Go Nova Engines and Jymar. So, yes, we've got lots of different engines represented here. Obviously, Daniela Ialesi is here with his son racing, and his wife, who is a very accomplished pit person herself. Got 2 minutes, 50 seconds left in this run. So there's heat 2. At the moment, it's the Lawyer, Picon, Fardia, Totomis has popped up back in there. Cyber is pulled off, and so is Dulac and Fernandez. We got 3 DNSs in this one. So there's only 9 cars to start, and 3 of them have dropped out. It's a bit unfortunate. So if you want to find out more about the various EFRA races that are coming up, you can check it out on EFRA.ws, and there's across the top. Well, if you're checking out on like mobile or tablet, hit the 3 bars, like the menu icon, the hamburger menu, I guess you call it still. Ooh, that is a dead number 9 car that has just coasted off the track. That's Fernandez. I don't think he had a good start anyway. Yeah, 2 laps and he's off. But yeah, check out the race information tab, basically, on the EFRA.ws website. Check that out, and you'll see all... Whoa, we got an upside-down Marshall. Get out there in the S's. Yeah, he's doing the right thing. He's watching out. These cars still going pretty fast, so I don't blame him at all for pausing there. Cars didn't seem to be slowing down a huge amount. These cars have a huge amount of cornering grip because they're just basically just gigantic Venturi tunnels with huge amounts of downforce. So they are they're very, very ankle dangerous, shall we say. Yeah, so check out the EFRA.ws website for past and present races. Last week we were at 3 events, believe it or not. We're at the 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive buggy, electric buggy Euros in Utrecht in Holland. And So I was there for two-wheel drive, and we had a team stay behind to cover the rest of the event, which was four-wheel drive. And meanwhile, I went to Groningen, about 2 hours north for the large-scale touring car Euros, which was an excellent event as well. So if you want to see some proper touring car racing, very, very close, very, very intense. Even though the finals are only half an hour, but it was variable changing conditions, going from damp to dry and a little bit of sprinkles of water, and we had rain affecting all sorts of things. It was an amazing race, and a very oh man, did we get that on? No, we did not. We have the 8 and the 5 have crashed literally just like 2 feet from me, and it's already been retrieved, unfortunately. But 8 and 5, that's Picon and Del Cielo. Someone spinning there. I can't remember which car it was. I think it was the white car, the 5, and then Picon just smashing it sideways. So not many cars finishing that one. Lawyer, Fardia, Vidal, Del Cielo, and Picon. Luckily, I think that was their final lap. I hope that wasn't a case of the 5 car just immediately smashing on the brakes as soon as it came over the loop. It didn't look like that. I think maybe he ran out of fuel right at the very end. These cars running very, very tight on fuel, especially at the, shall we say, the lower end of the grid. Thilo Diekman, who we will be chatting with absolutely imminently, and I will be shouting at him because he's German. He's going to be punctual, I'm sure. So if you have any questions for Thilo Diekman, we talked to him during the 10th Touring Car Euros in Sicily a few weeks ago, and he described his the wide class that was a sort of an invitational kind of class there, and it went really well for him there. I believe he won it, didn't he? So yeah, we'll be talking to him very soon. The dulcet tones of Thilo Diekman. So I'll be waving to him very soon to give him a chat, and as soon as we have the rest of our production team within line of sight. I'm not sure if something has happened and Matt has disappeared off somewhere. There he is. So, yes, we have various teams. So let's see what countries we've got represented. Obviously, we have Portugal as the host country. Spain, obviously, very easy for Spanish racers to get here. Although, if you live on the other side of the country, like Valencia, Barcelona, it's actually easier to fly because it's about 1,000 kilometers. It's quite a ways, 600 miles or so, and going across Spain. It's a beautiful country to drive through, but it is a lot of kind of deserty, sort of wooded sort of areas. So it's a long drive, 600 miles, if you think of it. It's, almost the complete distance north-south of Britain, from Land's End to John O'Groats. So it's, yeah. I mean, it's not quite as far as wide as Texas, as I like to tell people, though. But anyway, Portugal and Spain. We've got Greece, Austria. Lots of Austrians staying in. I think Team Austria, the entire team is staying at our hotel. We come across them most evenings and mornings. Obviously, that's a Nitro race, so we're going to have Italians here. We have a good group of Team Italia. We've got a few Germans, several Germans, I should say. We've only got 2 Brits, though. We have a couple of Danish racers. We've got John Ehrman and Robin Hertong, and obviously Jonas Groskamp. So very few. We're missing Robin de Hont, actually. I need to ask Yellis about that. where Robin has gone to. Team France has a good handful of racers, possibly slightly more than Germany. No, I think Germany probably outnumbers France in terms of teams here. And just a couple of Swiss racers. Kurzburg is obviously the main one. We've seen him do very well at Euros in the past. Silvio Hachler. I did ask Thilo about it. I can't remember what he said, but obviously the Germans and the Austrians are, they're neighbors, so they kind of are aware of each other, obviously. There's another Swiss racer somewhere. Oh, Eduardo Dulac. Oh, Victor Wilk is the only Swedish racer. So Group 3, which is out on track now, this is their warm-up period. We've got from Portugal, Jorge Raut, or I think it's Raul Jorge Prata. Tobias Hepp from Germany. Iker Sabra Corbelan from Spain. Nuno Alvaro Orcas from Spain. Alain Levy from Austria. Christian Lopez from Spain. Nuno Ferreira Pinto from Portugal, and from Spain we have two racers, Carlos Sanchez Labernia and Tony Forne Tomas, or is it Tomas Tony Forne? See what I mean? See what I mean about the three names? It's difficult. It's very hard. And then from Italy we have Luca Manganella, who if I remember right, didn't have such a great result yesterday. If you do want to see the overall results at the end of each of the runs, you can log on to myrcm.ch and see how all of these guys did yesterday and who missed what and all that. I have a lot of things to look at, so I have the listing in my hands and obviously the schedule. I have the live screen next to me. I have drivers walking past left and right, so I don't have another screen. I mean, I could have another screen, but it's just one more thing to look at when there's loads of action on the track. So Thilo is out there. And I've just given him the thumbs up, and he's headed over. So are we good to go, Matt? Yes. Okay. So we've got Thilo. Oh, I'm fitting this then. So we're just Matt is doing the setup. Yeah. So we're good. Okay. All right. Guten Morgen, Thilo.
Good morning. Hello.
Good morning. Bom dia.
Buenos dias.
So, yeah, your voice is live. We'll have your picture soon.
Okay.
So, Team Germany. Tell us how Team Germany is doing. You're not the team manager, but, I mean, generally in terms of Germans.
Yeah, at least I know who drives here for the Team Germany, so
yeah.
That's okay. No, I think basically we are all in a good pace. Some doing better, some doing worse, and everything on plan.
Yeah, very good. And obviously you're mechanicking, as we like to say in the RC world, for Dominic Greiner, last year's winner.
Yeah.
How's Dominic doing generally?
Generally we are okay. We tested the basic things like bodies, engines and stuff, and this track has some special needs. So because it's so big, so engine and gearing is very crucial. And I think we're on pace here. At the moment, it's exactly like Valencia.
Yeah.
We feel a little bit off from the top guys, but I think we are very consistent.
So I watch your arm there. Yeah, unfortunately we're in kind of a high traffic area. So where was at this time of the event last year? Where was Dominic sitting?
Exactly on the same place.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
So that's what I'm getting to.
Yeah.
So. Are you obviously you're hoping he's able to move forward a bit? What I mean, I'm not going to ask you exactly what you're doing, obviously, because we're live.
No problem. We have no secrets. Also from our team, we have many customers here, and also like other team drivers. We're sharing everything we can because we want to make every Capricorn driver faster. So there's no secrets in our setup.
Okay, so what sort of things are you looking at on Dominic's side of things to improve for him?
At the moment, since there was a small change in the hardness of the front tires just before qualification, the front tires went softer. So we get that extra steering that we are looking for. And at the moment we try to be more consistent over the run, because it seems like with the so-called heat here, like when the tire is getting warm and there is a lot of stress because of the fast corners, the front tire seems to overheat. So we try something to make it more easy for the front tires. You can do this by aerodynamic and by geometry. And this is what we tried in the first practice. Unfortunately, we have a small accident, but don't break the car. So lucky for us.
Oh, I missed that then.
Dominic is always looking for the pace in the final. He's always working like that. He is never the fastest on his own over 3 laps, but he will be there in the final, I'm sure. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, so obviously it's a 45-minute final here as the last race of the weekend at the end of the day, Saturday. These are only 4-minute qualifiers, so like you say, you're not trying to be fast in 4 minutes.
Oh, we try, but we're not aiming for having the fast pace on 4 minutes. Like you can run for example, you can run the car very low, so you have a very low center of gravity. For sure, it's faster and you get more steering, but it's not going to help after the second fuel stop when the car's just touching the ground.
And just for my own information, where did Dominic start in the final last year?
Last year, in the final, we started 6th, I think, but
really?
we had a problem in the first lap, and we came out very last.
Yes.
So we made our way from, I think, 11th position to the front in the very last lap, or 2 laps, I think.
Yeah, I mean it's a great clip on
yeah, it is.
that we've shared. I don't know. I wouldn't say millions, but thousands of people have seen it. Obviously, so it's a really good clip. So yeah, that's really interesting. So now I've seen a few of the guys at this end of the qualifying run out of fuel, sort of at the very end. We were chatting yesterday about fuel, and you're getting about maybe 410 or 420 out of a tank.
Today it's a little bit cooler than yesterday, so
so I've got a temperature thing now. At the moment it's 24.
Yesterday was close to 30. So you get an extra 10 seconds, and that will bring us some more meters. But we just found out that if we are just a little bit faster, we are going in the 14th lap, and this will be very hard, because then either we hit in the last lap, or we try to make it to the finish line.
Right. Okay. So you can,
like the overtime yesterday, the TQ was 4:02.
Right.
2 seconds, and if the track is just a little bit faster than yesterday, we are on the next lap.
Yeah. Which is good, but presents a really big problem.
Yeah. Okay, it's like a luxury problem.
Yeah. It's a good problem to have, like a first world problem sort of thing. Okay. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye out for that. I did. Obviously, I don't have the MyRCM stuff in the screen in front of me. We've got this timing that the public can see on the screen. We got people shouting, talking on the pit cam, aiming themselves at the gurning for that we say in the UK for the pit cam. So feel free to do that. Give us a little victory symbol.
I need to send out greetings to my WhatsApp group from Jumpstart RC. Say hello to everybody. Yeah, we're having a good time here.
Yeah, good.
The event is good organized, and everything is good.
Okay, very good. So, what sort of what kind of challenges or challengers are you foreseeing possibly?
Challenges for sure will be fuel, the tire wear not so much, being consistent, avoiding any kind of danger because the track is so fast. Like if you hit the curb here with 100 km plus, for sure the car's broken. Yeah,
these curbs
is amazing.
They look beautiful, but they are lethal.
They bite.
Yes.
We try to make a solid final. We have our strategy already, I think, and let's see. Let's hope for the extra pace Dominic is getting in the final. I hope to do 11 perfect fuel stops, because it also will be crucial, and try to make it.
Do you foresee any tire changes in the finals?
Yes, of course. Yeah. At least
on the right side only,
no, at least one full stop. But I think the strategy is either doing 2 full stops or on the right side and then 1 full stop. That will be what they're doing.
Okay.
Like the Italians always like to change all 4 sets, just because they are better on perfect tires, and maybe a little bit off during the long run with smaller tires. So, and we are going a little bit longer on the tires, and we see what works out best.
Okay. And yeah, that's always and there's only two mechanics allowed in the pits.
Yeah, two
to
mechanics
do
in
the
the pit
change.
lane. And like during the last years, everything went like more professional with the wheel tool stop. Now everybody has like a very good team, and here also is a little bit different because compared to Valencia, the pit lane is higher.
Yeah.
So it will be a little bit different, and we'll see how this works out. And
It's also very, very delineated how wide the mechanic area is, isn't
Yeah.
it? Because of the pipes that are in the pit lane.
Yeah,
So is that going
you
to
have a
present
limited
any?
space, and you cannot make more space.
Yeah.
And I think in the evening, when the event is finished here for today, we practice some tire changes and fuel stops. And yeah, we also have Gilles in the final, maybe, I hope. And he's always for something special, like fuel. He's very fuel efficient.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you never know what he's doing. It will be fun.
Yeah, and that's where the I guess the engine brands or the engine tuners really come in very helpful.
Yeah, it's not only because of the maximum power, it's also because of fuel economy.
Yeah.
So, we'll see.
Yeah, I do remember in Gubbio last year, I was videoing you guys, your team, practicing the pit stops.
Yeah. We practice this a lot because it's like a free lunch.
Yeah,
You, maybe the pace your driver don't have on the track, you can make them in the pit lane.
Yeah.
So we practice a lot, and that's why I'm here. So I try to do my best. I don't want to drive this track. I think it's very challenging, and I'm very afraid of seeing our car going that fast. We'll see.
All right, well, that's excellent stuff. Great insight from Thilo Diekman for Team Greiner.
Yeah, you can say like this. Thank you.
Oh, who was that? Sorry? Yeah. Okay, sorry. All right, so thank you very much, Thilo, for joining us, and we'll try to have you on again soon.
For being here, and yeah, let's see.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
All right, thanks. Bye. All right, perfect. Thank you. Right, so Thilo Diekman from Team Greiner and Team Germany. So, Heat 4 out on track now. Simon Burgoyne from France in car 1. Hal Figueiredo, who we talked to yesterday, had a very good chat with him yesterday on the stream. You can find that in yesterday's live stream on either the EFRA or RCTV YouTube or Facebook channels. John Ehrman, who did a nice little article for the EFRA Facebook page, or for the website last year for us. Jorge Martinez Agudo from Spain. From France, we've got a couple racers, Antoine Gachette and Fabian Berenger. From Italy, we've got Luca Valentin. Luca Ielesi Valentin, who's Daniele Ielesi's son. Ruben Olivares Munoz from Spain. And from Portugal, Jose Paquito, who, if I remember correctly, was world champion in 2009 with the Mini Z in 2 separate classes. Can you know, from Mini Z to 1/8 on-road. From France, we have Baptiste Jimenez in car 10. Car 3 has just crashed in front of us. It's John Ehrman. Whoa, and flipping around him is one of the other cars. I think we caught that. Want to hit the mark button. I think we caught that. Hitting the inside curb is this white and red car following very, very close. This is about as close as you can safely follow on these cars. Thilo was telling us earlier off camera when we were having our chat in the pits. That distance of 2 or 3 meters or yards is about as close as you can get, really, because the downforce that these cars create, it's basically just a massive Venturi tunnel, like you see on World Endurance Championship cars or Formula One cars. And you get too close and you lose downforce, so you cannot follow. It's not like touring car where it's a very blunt end of a passenger type car, and you're able to follow very closely. So there's no real nose to tail sort of racing on these cars. They're full-on racing machines. We've got another car. The orange is on camera now. Just been retrieved by the marshals from the AstroTurf. So some of these tracks it's car 7 of Luca Valentin. So I think this, I need to ask Daniele, but I would wager this is probably his first Euros. I mean, I think we can say that his fuel strategy and engine are going to be tuned to absolute perfection. And he's pitted just a couple of feet from, about a meter from Dario Balestre. So I would imagine that his car setup is going to be really, really good. He's a young driver, and at this rate, he's probably going to be the top driver in the category this weekend.
He was in Almusafas, so he did this last year. Luca was in this event last year, so it's not his first Euros.
Right, okay.
But yeah, definitely a hot shot for the junior championship.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm sure we're going to see, well, maybe I think Filippo is probably going to be the top one. Mr. Ski Goggles himself. He does love those things. Filippo running the 2 of the big blue thumbs up stickers on his car. So we've got Group 5 going out now. This one has Lamberto Collari, multiple world champion Lamberto Collari in this same category. And as the inevitable march of time goes on, yes, he's not quite as fast as he used to be, but he's still racing, still enjoying it. He gave us a big smile earlier, taking his photo of him in his pits with his mechanic. The pits here are absolutely fantastic, I have to say, because the nice, great sunshade, very high up. I mean, some pits that we go to, you can just reach up and just above your head is the underside of the roof. But here you'd have to get on a very high ladder to do that. So it keeps the heat of the sun that's warmed up the metal. It's not like just over your head. A nice breeze going through, thick concrete, painted concrete tables. Perfectly placed for standing and working on your car. And very nice location here. Right next to the town football stadium, actually. So you can see the pit lane. Heat 5 waiting to go out. So we'll just run through the drivers in this one. Thomas Atard from France. From Sweden, Victor Wilk. From Italy, Lamberto Collari. From the Netherlands, Robin Hertong. From France, we have Maxime Ripoll. From Spain, we have Juan Antonio Hidalgo Garrido. From Italy, we had Jonathan Gandin and Thomas Lorenzi. In car 9, we have Sascha Klug from Austria. And in car 10, we have Louis Christophe from France. You can see they're out there. And this is just, everyone has a 3-minute warm-up period. And then a 4-minute qualifying run. So it's a very, very short qualifying run. If you're used to the RC Racing TV coverage of electric, and I suppose even the Nitro Touring. 5-minute qualifying. With the 8, even with the larger fuel tanks, these things use quite a bit of fuel. They're very thirsty, so they only run about 4.5 minutes at most on a tank of fuel. And in the heat, it's even less. And if you're not familiar with Nitro, it's because you have to run a little bit richer, a little bit more fuel. What that means, going in through the carburetor into the engine, and it's the oil in the nitromethane fuel that helps cool the internals of the engine. The rest of the engine is covered with fins, and there's a big machined aluminum heat sink head, which the air flows over. It sticks out of the car body, and the air flowing over it. So that's these are air-cooled engines, but also, in a way, liquid-cooled because it's the oil in the fuel, which is synthetic and natural castor oils, depending on your fuel brand that you use. And I think they're using 16% nitro fuel, because that's the EU regulations for world championship races. The track, I believe, or the local federation has to approach the government for dispensation to use fuels like 20 or 25% nitro fuel. So you can't just run like 30 and 40% fuel and just go crazy. So it's quite limited, and everyone using control tires from a single brand. So I believe, well, obviously you have to pay for them. I'm not sure if the entry includes a set of tires. Usually, I think in American big races that is usually the case, but not for the European Championships. It kind of depends on the category of cars. So it's why we cover a lot of categories. So it's sometimes a bit difficult for me to remember exactly what the qualifying and tire legalities are for each of the classes. So the cars coming out to start the qualifying runs are being counted down from 10 by the computer voice. Horn has just sounded just now. So that means the next time everyone crosses, they will be starting their lap. And we're going to start with this car 3 of Lamberto Calari. Perfect choice. Going around the Omega, down the pit straight, into the hairpin, and then powering up. These cars fitted with 2-speed gearboxes. He's already on his second gear. Touch a brake potentially. I'm told, look at the distance he's got already on the rest of the field. I'm told that basically these cars are just on throttle almost all the way around the track. They have solid rear axle, so similar to the current spec of 12-scale on-road cars, but they have a front one-way axle. So they are four-wheel drive, got belts running all through them. From front to rear. Alberto crossing the line again. Starting his fourth lap now. Well in the lead. He's got no one around him. Alberto on potentially a pretty good run here with 3 minutes left to go. So let's drop back to this gaggle of cars. These two is... This is car 5, the white and blue. That is Maxime Ripoll, who was giving us several mentions on Facebook. So thank you very much, Maxime, when you watch this race back later. Now, most of the races that I talk to, when I ask them, do you watch back ever the races that you're in? Oh, yes, always. So just on the off chance that, they're not, these guys come out here with a friend who was a mechanic for them, or maybe a team of drivers, and they're not always out here with the camera to video their entire run. So when they're able to, when we're able to get them on camera for several laps, we can give them a mention. But they use it as training, basically. But let's move up a couple of cars to the number 4, the white and gray car, just coming through the Omega now. He's just 2 cars ahead. Let's see, I think one car back, Jude. That one there. There we go. Car 4 is Robin Hertong from the Netherlands. So Maxime trying to work his way through the car 1. That's Thomas Atard just behind the car that we're following. That bright yellow car is Thomas Atard. So these guys hitting at least 60, 70, 80 miles an hour down the main straight. We're not sure exactly, but I'm gonna guess. We've got a dead car just being retrieved. Can't see the number. That's okay. Kalari still running away with this one. Just under a minute left to go. So I think round 4 we're going to have a few more people to talk to. Hopefully we've got Yillis lined up, so he knows we want to talk to him. He knows where we are. Victor Wilk. I mean, the expected names are at the top of the list here. Kalari and Wilk. Or I should say Vilk. It's Klug is also a name that we're very familiar with. Atard is a familiar name. Maxime Ripoll in the 6th position at the moment. These guys counted down from 10 again. And that's the finish now. So all that time. Ooh, Maxime getting sideways going down. Don't think we got that one. That was a really good recovery. The sides of these cars basically act like huge sails. So if they do get sideways, they get the wind kind of just pushes the car back into position so that the nose is facing the direction that they want to go. The aerodynamics on these cars just has a huge effect. And the new thing now is, if you're familiar with F1 and you know the windscreens that the drivers have in front of them, the clear windscreens, the they're maybe just a 25 or 30 millimeters high, like about an inch high. The new thing now with them is they have like a sawtooth, sort of, they look like shark's teeth. So they're, whatever you want to call them, sawtooth, shark's teeth, or serrated windscreens. That's what the new body shells have now on the gurney flaps. So these cars have adjustable gurney flaps on the back end to so you can vary the amount of rear grip. So the serrated gurney flaps are the new thing. But Tila was telling us that Dominic Greiner doesn't really like to use that. He prefers more front-end grip, as the chat we had with Tilo told us. So during the lunch break, I'm sure we'll be getting we'll line up. I'm not sure. Is that? Well, we're still not sure whether we're going to go off air for the lunch break. But like I was saying, if you subscribe to either the EFRA channel or RC Racing TV and hit the bell icon, and what the bell icon does is, I know you hear this from YouTubers all the time, you'll subscribe and hit that bell. What that does is it tells you on your phone or your tablet, and I think even maybe in the browser, that once you go to the tab and on your computer, it'll tell you, so-and-so is live. And you go, yes, RC Racing TV, yes, okay, so let's watch it. And so do that just in case we do go off air. But I was just thinking in my head, we might be able to talk to several of the drivers during the lunch break. Potentially, maybe just here, just grab them just one by one, and then go off air and then come back for the final round of qualifying, because then we're going to finish with Super Pole. And yeah, so make sure and do that. So before we get started with Heat 6, which are our second to last race of qualifying, group of qualifying, we do want to give a massive shout out to Luca Grimaldi, our very, very first RCTV hero. We bow to you. We send you many, many folded hand namaste emojis for being our very first hero. And now you, at this point, you're going like, okay, how can I get these emojis? How can I get a name shout out on RC Racing TV in such a manner that Luca Grimaldi is getting right now? Well, I'll tell you how. you join the RCTV channel on YouTube. That's it. That's all you do. And what do you get for your 5 currency units of support? Well, you get not only the warm embrace hug of knowing that you're supporting the best live RC production in the world, you also get a sheet of RCTV stickers. You get priority commentating powers because you get a special badge that only you will have as an RCTV hero. Only RCTV heroes get this. And we're working on various things for long-term members. If you continue to be a hero, we're working on various things. So I have things in my head that I don't want to say because then we're locked down into it. Also, if you have someone that you want to be, you want to see followed on camera, on our moving camera, you will get priority over anybody else that isn't an RCTV hero. So there you go. That's what you get if you're an RCTV hero. Plus, you're a hero. You're a literal hero. You're helping support RC Racing TV, and RC Racing TV supports RC Racing, and RC Racing supports RC. So, in effect, you're kind of like saving the world. You know, that's what heroes do. So I think that's a pretty cool thing. And if you think it's a pretty cool thing, definitely be an RC Racing TV hero. So, before these guys get going for real, they're still just doing their, so you can see they're refueling. Time is just starting down, or counting down, I should say. This is the 2023 EFRA 1/8 IC Track European Championships, brought to you live by RC Racing TV for EFRA from Villarreal, Portugal. So I think we're following the car 1. No, we're not. We're following the car 8, I think. Car 8 of Mattia Colavo. No, Tim Wood from Great Britain. So I know that we had someone ask for him previously. We'll follow him for a lap or so. This car 8 here, the white with some, shall we say, orange with white on the side. We've got Nicola Moroni in this one, so we'll find the car 1, which is one of the few white cars out there. So Jude just crossing the finish line now is car 1. And he's going into the infield, into the Omega. Down the pit straight is car 1. That's Nicola Moroni, Mr. Lens Bodies himself. So I'm gonna guess that he's running a Lens Bodies body. Now the body shells on these cars are they're very, very trick nowadays. They've got little scallops and scoops and the adjustable gurney flaps, which I was mentioning earlier, and the new serrated gurney flaps. They've got internal support so that the sides of the bodies stay perfectly vertical at high speeds. So Moroni coming across again, staying in the top spot. And if we drop back one car behind, that's Filippo Domanin, who's our ski goggles fan. Domanin is probably going to end up being our top junior racer. Domanin, very, very quick. So quick. He's running an X-Ray. I believe Moroni's running a Capricorn. I'm not sure exactly. We'll find out because we're going to be talking to him at some point, either today or tomorrow. But Domanin also want to have him on because if you look very, very closely, the blue spots just where the headlights would be, those are RC Racing TV stickers. And once again, the only way to get those is to be an RC Racing TV hero or actually be physically present at an event that RCTV is covering. So yeah, I gave the stickers to his dad yesterday. And I was asking, where's Francesco, which is the younger of the Domanin brothers. There's Filippo and Francesco. Dad's name is Fabio, of course. And so these two drivers, very, very quick. Moroni and Domanin, they are leading the way. That's positions 1 and 2. Let's see who else we can follow. Oliver Mack, maybe. Fernandez, Citrix, Raiola. Raiola's just popped into the second spot. Calavo's not doing so hot. Linu not starting. Linu has had a stomach bug all week. I was telling him I've been a bit ill myself. I'm just getting over it. but Linu, I'm not sure if he's even here, if he's not running this run. So very quickly, let's see if we can find Raiola, because he's doing quite good. Where's the car 7 at? Jude has already spotted him. He's on the back straight, running the, not just the yellow car. That's it. It's just yellow. He's behind Tim Wood, who's about to, I think, put him a lap down, or just put a pass. Now, these guys running it's qualifying, so they're not really the best way for everybody is to, if you have a car that is clearly faster than you, and I was told that you have to be about 3 or 4 tenths faster per lap than somebody to really gain on them enough to put a good pass on them. So there goes Raiola getting past Wood. So that distance there is about as close as you can be before the aerodynamics really start affecting you. Obviously now Raiola's going to be pulling away from Wood, and Raiola, because of that passing, has dropped back a little bit. He's fallen out of second place. He's now third, now fourth. We'll see what happens when he comes across again. Popped into third. Coming down the pit straight. Oh, that was his last lap. So Dominique Marone Raiola. So Raiola was able to get up into second fairly quickly, and dare I say easily, but being behind a car that he needed to pass, that made him drop a position basically. And it's not Tim Wood's fault. I'm not blaming him at all. It's just the fact of attempting to pass with the aerodynamics of the bodies and this class. That's just how it is. You have to be quite a bit faster than somebody to put a very clean pass on them. Obviously, if they're racing for position, if that was like a proper heads-up race, it'd be a bit different. And Raiola would have probably done a dive bomb move somewhere along the way there, rather than trying to be as patient as he could be. There's only so much patience you can have. So the final and fastest group of qualifiers is out on track. The next time we will see them out on track, the next time we'll see Group 6, which was the heat that just finished. Group 6 is out on track again at 12:30, and then again for the final time at 2:40, and these times are GMT, BST, or CET -1. So I keep saying we're just going to stick with GMT, but I wrote it down, all that, so I just mentioned it anyway. Yeah, so if you're not sure what times we are, if you're on East Coast US, it's -5. If you're West Coast US, it's -8. And if you're watching this from the West Coast or even mountain region, wow, many salutes. I can't officially say that you're a hero, but you're kind of a hero for being up. I mean, Mr. watching us from Utah, I can't remember the user who was watching us from Utah, but oh my goodness. So yeah, that is very, very good. Eric Wilcock, hey. Hey Frank, how are you? A voice I haven't heard for years. How are you doing, Eric? Hope you're all right. Attilo D'Angelo says, thanks EFRA and RCTV for the coverage. And now, come on, it's Italy. Hal Figueiredo is the national champion in TT. Yes. Yeah, I did mention Paquito. RC18 TV, good morning. Come on and good luck to all the riders. My support will be for the Italians. And I'm not sure. I'm assuming that was Matt who's saying that the RCTV shop, if you want to buy the merch and whatnot, you can now buy if you are outside the UK. So very, very good. Jeff Dixon saying, watching from Nova Scotia. P. Alan GD saying, watching from France. Brittany in France. Very good. Samuele Morelli saying, good job, Domanin. And here's here's somebody watching from Los Angeles. That is amazing. It's 3:21 in the morning and you're watching from LA. That's great. So yes, I used to race quite a bit across the Southern California region. So if anybody who remembers HPI Frank, yeah, hello. Marcus Mober saying, let's go, Yillis. Yes. How you doing, Marcus? So these guys out on their warm-up. 3 minutes warm-up, 4 minutes of qualifying, and then a 3-minute changeover as the mechanics take the cars into the technical area, and the mechanics for the next group come out into the pit area. That's the normal routine. However, after this race, there's a bit more of a break, I believe. Yes, there's about 10 minutes extra because it's just a changeover. There's always a bit. We have time. There's only 7 heats. But in this one, we've got Robert Peach from Germany. Everybody saying Robert is the fastest one here. Even Dario Balestre, who's in car 2 from Italy, who's the overnight TQ. But let's see what Peach does today. Tony Gruber from Germany in car 3. Francesco Tironi from Italy. Mirko Salemi from Italy. Yilis Grosskamp from the Netherlands. Dominic Greiner from Germany. Simon Kurzbuch from Switzerland. Alex Thurston from the UK. And Andrea Catanzani from Italy. Peach and Catanzani both had 0 points, or maximum number of points, whatever. DNFs, basically, in the first round. So that's potentially why Robert is, I think he's overall 4th after 2 rounds. So who are we with? With the first car coming across, this is Robert Peach. We're going to stick with him for a couple of laps at least. This is Robert coming across. He's running those RCTV stickers. He is a hero. Multiple European champion in this category, running so well last year until the last couple of laps. He's running almost a peach-colored car, actually. I don't know what German for peach is, but he's running the number 1, and he is, well, Tony Gruber comes across, steals the top position from him. Just drop back 1 car, and I believe that is Gruber. No, it's the number 8, sorry, of Simon Kurzbuch. So we're going to stick with him. He's a fast guy. All of these guys are fast guys. This is the fastest group after timed practice. So everyone gets several rounds of free practice with them just timing themselves, and then there's controlled practice, and then there's timed practice where 3 consecutive laps set your qualifying order, and you stick with the same group of racers in qualifying. Just drop back another car. I believe that is Dario Balestre, our overnight TQ, in the white and gray car behind him, car 2, that is. And he's got his mechanic Massimo and his, I believe it's going to be his engine tuner, his energy fuel man with him. Dario Balestre going down the straight, rapidly catching Kurzbuch. Kurzbuch giving him plenty of space. The smart, wise, and good thing to do when you're qualifying in this manner. So let's drop back 2 cars. The bright yellow number 4 of Francesco Tironi, running an Infinity. He's on the straight now. Coming across the finish lines. Francesco. I mean, he and I have the same name. And we're basically, that basically makes him about as good as me on the track, which is amazing. Or me is about as good as him, I should say. Francesco is crossing the finish line now. Let's drop back another car, the car 5, the other bright yellow car, just going through the Omega just now. There we are. Coming down the pit lane, the car 5. That is Mirko Salemi. I believe he's running, no, I think he's a different driver. But let's see. I think it's a Capricorn. There's the stickers on the side. Let's drop back 1 more car to, I think it's white and orange. It's coming under the straight now. White and ruddy orange, sort of. That is the car 3. This is Tony Gruber here. the man himself from Italy, where he took well, he's not from Italy, but the German who took the touring car Euro championship once again, reclaimed it in Sicily. A few weeks back, he was quite emotional on the stand, I must say, after he won. I was very happy about it. Very good racer. Very, very good racer. He's come up quite a bit last few years. So he's dropped back one more car, just crossed the finish line. It's car 7 of Dominic Greiner. And Tilo saying he's quite happy with how Dominic is progressing through the week. And very, very, very quickly, the next 2 cars, we can get them in one shot, is the 9 and 10 of Thurston and Catanzani, and just behind them is Gilles Grosskamp. So these 4 cars, the first 3 are Thurston, Catanzani, and Grosskamp. Catanzani, wanting to put it past on Thurston. Thurston having to move aside for Grosskamp. I think that was all of them finishing their lap anyway, so a very rapid reaction there from Thurston from Grosskamp to avoid hitting anybody who came to a sudden slowness after that. So now we've got 10 minutes. Shall we see if they're not going to be coming out to Marshall just yet? We've got 10 minutes to potentially catch Gilles or anyone who's available. Because what they're doing is between the qualifying runs, normally, as I was saying, there's a 3-minute gap. But between because that's the last run of qualifying before we go back and start Q4, we've just finished Q3. So I'll mark that down. Just crossing the times off on our schedule here. Yesterday there was a slight bit of confusion the first time we had a big long break. The marshals, the poor Group 7 marshals were sat out in the sun for about 5 minutes, going, where are the cars? Why? I mean, and even the mechanics for the next race, they were revving their cars. Everyone was like ready to go and just going, where are we? What's going on? But not realizing that there's actually a 10-minute gap of time between the end of of Group 7 and the start of Group 1. Now, in some categories of racing that we cover, they move around, especially electric. They move around I call it the round robin running. So they'll start with, say, round 1 and then round 3 in the next round of qualifying, and then they'll start with round 5, and then they'll start with round 7, and then the final round they'll start completely backwards. So they'll go 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here they're just starting 1 through 7, 1 through 7, 1 through 7 each time. So it makes it very, very simple. It's just, I guess, tradition, and obviously it's cooked sort of into the rules. And I do see Matt returning with Gilles, Mr. Grosskamp himself. So I'll just get the headset ready. Got a bit of time, and he's able to hop over the little fence that we've got here in front of us to get to his marshalling duties. So it's not like we're holding him up or anything. We've got several minutes. So. Just waiting for Gilles to make his way through the hordes of groupies. Got so many RC groupies here. Hello.
Well, I didn't take you, but I got in the top 5. Oh, nice.
It's okay. We still got you. So I don't. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we'll be on camera in a moment. But that's a cool shirt. I like that. I think the new thing now is all RC brands need to have white shirts. You know, I mean, yeah, black. Hides,
I mean,
hides
white gets
grease and stuff
dirty.
like that. It
because
does.
You can see
it
this
does,
is the
but
paint from Sicily.
It's nice and different, though.
Yeah.
You know, especially when it's very hot. I mean, it's not very hot here at the moment, but here we are.
It's
we're on
nice for
camera now.
marshalling. This is,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So don't look at yourself too much.
No, I don't. I just want to say hi to my family at home. Hi, guys.
Home is Heemstede, is that right? Or a little bit outside of that?
Just close to Heemstede. Hoofddorp is my town.
Okay. Okay.
It's the city between the airport and Heemstede.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Heemstede.
Heemstede.
Okay. See, I had to learn how to say Groningen.
Groningen.
Last week, because I kept saying Groningen.
Groningen. Yeah.
Yeah. Groningen.
Groningen.
You got to get the.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, so just very quickly before you have to run out and marshal,
Yeah.
I was assuring everybody that all you have to do is literally just hop the fence right there, and there's your seat.
Exactly. That's
So
6.
how has it been going for Team Infinity and mostly yourself this week?
From Monday on, we had a free practice. We had a lot of free practice. And the track condition got better and better and better. And I also slowly got into the groove, because this year I focus more on the 1/8 scale, but I still need a little bit more driving, more testing. We got also some new parts for the car that I test here. And but actually, if I see the progress I did from the beginning of the week till now, I'm super happy with the progress. And also happy for Dario. He just DQ'd round 3, and he also DQ'd the second round. So I think this was important, because the track is faster and will be slower now because it's getting more warm. So Dario will DQ the race. So that's good for him, and it shows that our car works really good here. Yeah, for me, I'm also happy. I'm now P3, P4, P5, so I cannot complain.
Yeah, that's very good, very good. And the rest of the team, anybody else that you see might be able to bump up? I mean, we saw Raiola was doing well in his heat. Terroni was also pretty quick.
I mean, of course, all the Italian guys. Nicola is fast. Francesco, Carmine. Lamberto had a good run now.
Yeah,
so
he did.
He also
I noticed that.
Get his car better, and the engine and everything. Also Victor, he's slowly getting there. Of course, for him it's all a new experience. The 1/8. He's a fantastic driver, of course. He got a lot of talent. But 1/8 is not only the driving. You have to understand the car. You have to understand your mechanic, when the engine is too lean, too rich, when the gearbox have to shift, and this kind of thing he still have to learn. But I think he's in a good way also with this. Yeah.
No, his name's quite familiar to us. I think, does he usually run electric touring cars? Right?
Yes. Yeah. He mainly in the past he only drove electric touring car, and since he is with us, so Infinity, he slowly started to drive also the Nitro. He did really well in the 110 World Championship. He got the 4th position. So yeah, we all know he can drive. He was on the podium in the World Championship for the touring car, and he was always there when I drive with him together in the Tamiya team in the past. He's a super fast guy. Yes.
So, what are the challenges that you guys are going to try to overcome? Obviously, Dario, he's doing pretty well. It's not like he needs any coaching, but any challenges for the rest of the team?
You can see now that there are 3 guys clearly a bit ahead. That's Dario, Robert, and Tony.
Yeah.
And then the rest is pretty close. Yeah. And yeah, so I'm more thinking about tomorrow the semi, because I think even the Super Bowl gonna be difficult, because either Dario, Tony, and Robert are in there, and they have the pace a bit more. But again, I slowly coming closer, and but so yeah, my focus is semi, to start first or second in the semi tomorrow, and yeah, because it's a long track, it's very important that you not come in too late.
Yeah.
Because it's really you can drive 4 minutes 10 for 20 on a fuel tank, and it's empty.
Yeah.
So if you at 350 you cross the line and you have to drive a few corners to go inside the pit lane.
Yeah.
You have to decide do I do one more lap or do I
yeah.
come in a little bit before 4 minutes? So this gonna be very, very critical for tomorrow in the semi, because it's 20 minutes, so everybody fuels at 4 minutes. Of course, you can fuel at 3:30, but you miss a fuel stop.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if you go super safe and you have the pace, you can almost do it. But now it's so close, everybody's so fast. And so everybody has to try to make the 4 minutes. Now it's possible because you make with the fuel bottle, you can really top the fuel tank. But if you make a fuel gun, you always lose a few cc. And this is gonna be interesting tomorrow, especially when the tire gets smaller. You also use more fuel. So in this case, this is gonna be the strategy to maybe you have to count laps, how many laps you drive instead of how much time, because it is more safe.
And you rely on your mechanic to do that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And then also the semi is still in the morning, and in the morning the track is good.
Yeah.
There's a lot of traction. Especially you could see in the morning free practice, the lap time is very fast.
Right.
And in the afternoon it gets more warm. It's more windy also.
Yes.
And then it really changed a lot.
And yesterday I noticed, if you look at the flags right now,
yes.
We can't see them on camera, but they're kind of lazily going from right to left when we look from our main camera.
Yeah.
Yesterday, at the end of the day, they were flying straight across
exactly,
in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
So basically going against the cars, you were driving into the wind.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think you have to go out and marshal.
Yeah, they are very strict here. So
yes, which is good.
I don't want to lose my round.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Okay,
All
so
right.
thank you very much, Yilis.
Thank you.
Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, bye. So it's a very, very informative insight from Yilis there. Let us know what you think about that in the chats, wherever you're watching us from, whether it's on the EFRA YouTube or Facebook, RC Racing TV, YouTube or Facebook. So yeah, some interesting stuff there. I mean, there's a lot more to this than just plugging in a battery pack and pulling the throttle. Obviously it's Nitro, but it's a different type of car, different type of racing. You got Nitro, fastest time to be on track. That's where it's wow. So much. So Yilis will be back out on track at 12:40 in that fastest group of racers. Just for him at 12:30 is Group 6. So we're just about to start group qualifying round 4. So just very quickly, just run through the names of the drivers. I won't do the countries because we did that earlier. But I think you'll kind of be able to figure out some of the country names or countries. We have Javier Corbelan Montserrat, Jose Felix, Cristiano Coelho, Carlos Sanchez Lopez, Francesco Armani Rinaldi, Ricardo Sousa, Konstantinos Soitsoklis, Jose Angel Gutierrez Boe, and Antonis Kera Georgiou in this one. So in the chat. Watching from Malta. Hello from Malta, Simon. And someone watching from Australia. Good day. Someone saying, wow, they're all super fast. Yes, hitting about 80 miles an hour down the main straight. Pizza and RC Racing. What a lunch break. Saluti from Switzerland. Marcus continuing his greeting saying, hope you guys do well. Great coverage like always. Thank you very much, Marcus. We love a bit of Marcus. We'd love to see more of Marcus, but we only see him at the 12 scales. Coffee and RC Racing. What a way to wake up. Hi from Canada. How you doing, Chris? Adrian Bertin. Great job, guys, as always. Thank you very much, Adrian. It's good to see you last week, and I'm sure, well, hopefully we'll get some on-road engine action from you soon, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you in Spain later in the year. If there was rain here, would they race? Yes, it's Europe. I'm not sure what they would do, to be honest, because it's. I mean, first of all, it's Portugal. It's where we're at. We're not going to be getting any rain. So they tend to the tracks the cars that run the foam tire classes like Nitro Turn Car, Nitro Onroad, tend not to run where there's a good chance of rain for the championships. But I'm not sure what they do in case of rain. Watching from Åland Islands, and what flag is that? I'm gonna have to. That's not Sweden. Is that Norway? Nikki, so you just commented again. So this small driver's very professional. Yes, they are. Tell me, what flag is that from the Åland Islands? Say hi to Yillis from Malta, Italy. Well, I'll be wandering around the pitch during lunch break. I will say hello from Malta to Yillis. And we have another one cheering on the Italians. Italians love the Nitro. Oh, is that we have a? Oh, am I mentioning that? we have one of our first T-shirt orders. So you can check out the RCTV merch shop on the YouTube links, or just go to rcracingtv.com. If you use the code RCTV10, is that right? Or I think it is. You get 10% off your first order. So the hat I was wearing, the shirt I was wearing, my glasses, you can buy a mask of my face, you can buy a bodysuit, a body pillow, a full size. No, you can't buy any of that stuff except for the hat and the shirt. And a hoodie. We've got a bunch of different, we've got a couple different hoodies, a bunch of different shirts. Check those out on rcracingtv.com. The stickers you can only get by being an RCTV hero, which is when you join the YouTube channel. And that is 5 currency units of your local currency. And you can get, or you will get, a pack of stickers that I do mention when I see it on the cars that are out there right now. So we've got 3 minutes left in this one. We've got Corbalán, Sousa, Sanchez, Soklis, Felix has just popped up in the second position. Gutierrez, Coelho, Armano, and Karagiorgio not starting this one for some reason. We don't have inside info on those guys. Oh, Karagiorgio is just crossed. So he must be the car that, this car here, I believe it's car number 1 is just lapped, basically. Getting on, very wide coming on the straight. Going down the main straight. These cars, even these cars doing 70, 80 miles an hour. This is car 8 of Gutierrez. So this first round, or first heat of, Crasher, we didn't get that one. So we're following Gutierrez. We didn't get it. Across the finish line again. So it's he's upside down. Hit. Comes a cropper on there. Oh, they're hitting the inside of the curb. Not good. Ending up, and that's a terrible place to end. Luckily, he was so far ahead that no one came across at about 60 miles an hour and smashed into him. These cars are durable, but they're not that durable. Hitting anything at 50, 60 miles an hour when you're dead on the straight, or a straight, is very, very much not good. So, although we have some potential for replay action, let's drop back. Next car coming through the Omega now is the white. Actually, we have 2 cars going in the Omega now. The red and the purpley car. They were just very, very close together, but I think that was just someone putting a lap on someone else. We'll see the numbers in these cars. I think it's the 2. No, it's the 1 of Corbalán, and the 4 of Sanchez is the purple car. Corbalon putting a good gap. But I believe he's catching. Who's the next car up front? Ahead of him is the 2. No, Corbalon is catching the 9 because the 2 just got lapped very rapidly. So stick with Corbalon because there might be something happening here. Catching up to Gutierrez very quickly. You can see him together on the main straight almost. Ooh, there it goes. Okay, all right, good pass. Good pass. Now, it's one thing to be a slow driver. It's another thing to be a bad slow driver. And what we just watched was a good slow driver because they know there's other cars that are a lot faster. And when they see them come up, they pull right over. And don't hold anybody up. I used to be a very bad slow driver. Slowly evolved into a good slow driver. So these guys' time has finished. Everyone's just about to start the final, or come across for their final time. So this is for Felix. We're waiting for Felix and Soklis, Armano, and Karagiorgio. Finishing the run, but not on as many laps as he wanted. Sousa and Coelho. Well, Sousa got out there for a few laps. Coelho is the only DNS of this one. Temperature's gone up a tiny bit, I think. It was 24.6, now it's 25.9. That's in the shade. So group 2, revving them up. So just checking the chat. Peter Van Dyck in the comments saying, Yillis, come on Netherlands. We've got a few racers here from the Netherlands. Support from Malaysia. Thank you very much. Juan Shaw. Raf Drone saying, hello, guys. Wait, he says hello, and then the next comment, guys. So I'm assuming, hello, guys. Hello, Raf Drone. Hi from Newfoundland. Noofdog45. Oh, look, Matt. Look on the screen. Look, there's one of our stickers you can see on the screen on the Red Bull number 4. Bam, bam. No, I'm just calling this a victory because Matt was saying, oh, he's never going to put RCTV stickers. Look, even his mechanic wife has Red Bull shirt on. Matt's saying, he's wearing a Red Bull hat, Red Bull shirt, Red Bull jacket. His mechanic wife has a Red Bull shirt on. He's got Red Bull all over his car. He's never, ever, ever going to put an RCTV sticker on his car. And what did I do? I got him to put Red Bull stickers on a car. Yes. There we go. Proof positive. So, yeah. How do you get RCTV stickers? I know. All of you are asking now. Well, you can be physically present at one of the events that we cover. We covered ETS last week. We covered two-wheel drive buggy in Holland last week. And we also covered large-scale touring car, covering this. Obviously, not everybody is able to make it to an EFRA event in Europe or ETS or whatever event we may cover in the future. So how do you get one? Well, maybe you have a friend or a club member or a family member who's here. You can ask them to pick up one for themselves and one for you. Or you can be an RCTV hero and join the RCTV YouTube channels. This is a relatively new thing that YouTube has started doing, but we've just signed up for it this week. So you can join it's one thing to be a subscriber, but to join the channel, you're actually paying some money, yes. But you do get some really cool benefits for that. First up is if you ask us to follow a car, and let's say it's a really popular heat with some named drivers in there, And family members from all over the world are saying, oh, can you follow so-and-so and so-and-so and so, all these different people. But you're a hero, so you get priority. You get, we will follow whoever you want us to follow first. We'll follow them, we'll make sure we follow them, and then we'll move on to everybody else. Right? Get my drift? Okay. Next step is you get a cool little like emoji thing on your, a badge, basically, they call it, in the chat. So whenever you have one of these, we'll spot it, hopefully, and we'll go, there we go, there's our special badge for this month. We'll go, there's one of our heroes. Hi, hero, how are you? Blah, blah, blah. We'll have a conversation. And the main thing, if you want to get stickers, is you will physically be mailed a pack of stickers. Well, at least a sheet of stickers to start with, and we're working on other things as well. So that's what you get for being an RCTV hero. So this is Heat 2 out. So we're going to mention once again Eduardo Dulac, Marcus Cyber, Evangelos Totomes, Francisco Vidal Cardona, Gianluca Del Cielo, Florian Luyer, Duarte Fardia. It could be Fardia Duarte, I'm not sure. Manuel Angel Picon and Alberto Fernandez Vidal. Mayhem Edits asks, can the cars self-marshal from the synthetic grass? Yeah, basically, they can. Obviously not if they're upside down or anything like that, but if the tires are, I mean, these are very, very stiff chassis on these cars, so if one or two of the wheels aren't touching, they are four-wheel drive, but obviously they need to be able to get traction onto the ground. So there we go, that's perfect. That is our Red Bull RCTV Racing fan out there. He's kind of a bigger Red Bull fan at the moment, but that's fine. His next body shell and his next shirt and his hat and everything, it's going to be all decked out. Full RCTV hero, this guy. Car number 4 of Francisco Vidal Cardona. And he's putting out a good gap on the rest of the field. He was the first one to get out of the pits, so he's the first one we're following. But if you look at the gap behind him, he's got no one in front of him, so he's got nothing to take his eye away to distract or anything. And he's got a huge gap behind him to the car 5, and that's Gianluca Del Cielo. Yeah, so he's got quite a good gap behind him. It's pretty good for him. So now we've moved to the car 5. Here's Gianluca. We'll give him a bit of love before we drop back to another car. He's got to come onto the main straight. And if you wait there, we'll just shift to the blue car that's just up behind him. Blue with white bits on the side. It's car 1 of Eduardo Dulac, our Brazilian racer who runs under the Swiss flag. I'm assuming he lives in Switzerland, because obviously Portuguese, if anyone is unaware, is the main language of Brazil. So there's a lot of Brazilian sort of crossover. So I had assumed earlier he's running on under the Portuguese flag, but he must live in Switzerland. So anyway, we'll drop back another car to, well, I mean, we could have done this at a point where I can actually see the number, but here we go. It's car 7, just come in front of us. It's either Duarte Fardia or Faria Duarte, but either way, it's from Portugal, and he's on the screen now. Car 8 has just been retrieved. That's Picon. Marshall brings back his car. So if we wait at the Omega, or just drop back one more car to the car 9, that's Fernandez from Spain. Now, if you want to see some photos of the pit areas and a bit of the cars in action, not a huge amount of action because these cars tend to run best when they're by themselves, as we're watching them now. They don't like running in dirty air. And we can drop back one more card to the car 3, Jude, of Totomas from Greece. I think 3 Greek racers. Yeah. But if you want to see photos of the pit areas and the track and just various things, just, you know, pit life, racing life, hashtag racing life, RC racing life, check out the EFRA Facebook page, and there's a huge and growing photo album of these cars, drivers, mechanics, all sorts of things on the EFRA Facebook page. Ooh, getting sideways there. That's the car. Oh no, we're on the car 3. Yeah, sideways. As you can see how when that happens and the car gets loose at the back, the wind just as it's moving forward, the wind hitting the rear end of the car just acts as a massive sail. Like if you're trying to carry a sheet of plywood across a windy street. And I think if we drop back one car and catch this car on his final lap, is the car 6 as he's pitting. Okay. Well, anyway, that is Florian Luyer. I'm sure we'll get more of him in Q5. And that was Heat 2. Next up is, would you believe it, is going to be Heat 3. Just checking when one of our future racers is going to be available. Maybe we can talk to someone in the next couple of heats. Get them on camera very easily. And we'll see. So Heat 3 coming out now. We didn't cover them. We didn't talk to them at all last time because we were talking to the German Barry White, Thilo Diekmann. He doesn't know I call him that. But I don't know. I'm live on air. We're not. Yeah. Okay, so that's a new one. Just had one of the racers come up and ask where you can get some fuel or something. I'm not sure. RCTV fuel. Yeah, unfortunately, because we're in one of the buildings on the sort of the track complex here, we do get some odd questions from racers who are just completely unaware that there's cameras, there's screens, there's headphones and cables everywhere, and no, it's not a live production of television or anything. That's not sure what to tell him. Sorry. So anyway, car 1 in this one is Raul Jorge Prata from Portugal. I'm just mentioning the countries this time because we didn't even mention them in the first round. Tobias Hepp from Germany. Iker Sabrit Corbelan from Spain. Nuno Alvaro Arcas from Spain. Alain Levy, Christian Lopez from Spain. Nuno Ferreira Pinto from Portugal. From Spain, we have Carlos Sanchez Labernia and Tony Forne Tomas from Spain. And from Spain, Italy, we have Luca Manganella. And maybe I did mention or go through the names last time. Ooh, and the car 1 is just spun off in front of us. No lasting damage. Just hit the back wheel straight on almost into the fencing. Now, most of the high traffic sort of areas, like the high speed areas at the end of the straight, basically, there's very thick rubber sheeting. Probably like what you would put at the base of a building to stop water ingress into the foundation or something like that. The very, very thick rubber sheeting is painted red and white. You can see it in the coverage. Actually, you can see it on screen now. So we have the grandstand just in front of the grandstand. On the left side is that red and white painted rubber sheeting. Behind that is a concrete curb. And you don't want to be hitting that. And you can see how the fence has been, there's been some building fencing that's been added to the low fence to basically to protect the spectators, because I've actually found shrapnel bits of cars in the seating area. That's how fast these cars can hit that wall and shatter into more than one piece. So these cars are quick. So if you're thinking in old money, about at least 80 miles an hour. In kilometers, it's about 120, 125 potentially. And I think we have is that Felix trying to sort out the speed trap display. We'd have a speed gun somewhere on the track. No, he's trying to give the marshal the umbrella, I think. Right, so the clock has sounded. Racers are going. Qualifying heat 3, round 4 of qualifying. And we are with, that's not one of the racers I know by name, but it is car 2 of Tobias Hepp, running that Tiffany green color. Believe he's the first, he's the second car out, but he's got lots and lots of space ahead of him and behind him. Going down the inner, through the infield, down the pit straight, on the hairpin. Not quite a hairpin, but it's as close to a hairpin as we get. Sweeper onto the main straight now, hitting about 80 miles an hour there. Tiniest bit of slowing down across the finish line through the S's and around the Omega once again. That is a lap of the track. So let's move forward one car to the bright yellow that he's about to catch. I believe it's car 1 of Prata. No, it's a car 9 of Forney. So completely not. So Forney sliding around that these bends. The car is always on power. You can just see flashing in the background that greenish car of Prata about to put a pass. So this about here is where you start getting that dirty air once these cars are in line. Oh, okay, well, he very, very wisely lets him pass. But that is, there's only so close, so much distance you can get to before aerodynamics actually starts affecting things. Car 1 of Prata actually has pulled in now, so that kind of ruins his qualifying run. Let's see who we can move to. If we go to the hairpin, Jude, just wait at the hairpin, the yellow and green car coming onto the straight. Let's just follow these two. These guys come together. Let's see who these are. Car 5 and being passed by the 0. That's the Levy from Austria passing Manganella in the yellow car. Oh, no, wait, no. 5 is Levy. Manganella passing Levy. Manganella in the purple car, purpley pink in that 0. And then the yellow and green 5 of Levy And then the pink car just coming up behind is car 3, or Saboret. Or it could be Corbalon, but Saboret shows up on the timing. So just going with that for now. I apologize if that's not your name. You watch this in the future. And then dropping back to the yellow and orange car with the, well, it's white, yellow, and orange. I think that's car 6 of Lopez. And then we've got Hep is about to put a pass on the pit straight. Oops, sorry. So the 2 green cars, well, one has just passed the other on the main straight now. The second of the green cars coming down the main straight and about to cross the finish line now. It's car 8. There's Sanchez from Spain, just starting his last lap. And the time is just about finished. Prata, Alvaro, and Ferreira not completing the runs. 0 laps on the record books for Alvaro and Ferreira. Forne, Manganella, Prata, Alvaro, all showing up with different colors. So Hep is the only one who's finished on this one. I'm waiting for, I think it's this car here, number 8, finish. I think that's all the running cars have finished. Manganella's, ran out of fuel. He's being carried across the track. So he's basically lost a lap at least, or maybe a couple laps there. Lost a whole minute of running. So Hep, Levy, and Lopez. So Group 4 is the next one out. We are marching ever onwards towards our lunch break, which will happen at about 12:45. That's GMT. 12:45 GMT. We've got Group 4 coming out next, Group 5 after them, obviously, and then Group 6 and 7, which are two groups of fastest racers. The next time they'll be out for the final round of qualifying is 2:40 and 2:45. We do have a lunch break in between. I believe we're undecided whether we're going to log off or not, but just in case, always make sure that you are subscribed to either the EFRA channel or the YouTube, EFRA channel on YouTube or RC Racing TV on YouTube, and hit the bell, because what the bell does is it sends a notification to your phone or your tablet or whatever you want, whatever you set up, that, hey, so-and-so channel that you've subscribed to and you want to hear from when they're live, guess what? They're live now. So that's a handy little thing. It's not just something YouTubers say. I mean, it is kind of something YouTubers say, but it does actually serve a useful purpose. So, yeah, just in case we do log off, because we will have Super Pole at the end. I think we're still undecided whether we will make that a separate broadcast, but it is only 10 minutes after the finish of round 5. And then Super Pole ends the day. Super Pole starts at 4 o'clock and will probably run to about 4:20 or so with the warm-ups, and I think it's 4 drivers running their, like 5 or 6 minutes of running. And Okay, we're just having a chat with to see who we can bring up to have a chat with. Having a chat about chats. Chat about chats. But hey, let's chat about this. Want to give a massive, huge thanks to X-Ray. Team X-Ray has provided, helped make it possible for us to even be here to bring you this coverage from Villarreal, Portugal, the 2023 European Championships for 1/8 track IC or 1/8 IC track, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I would say 1/8 on-road, but whatever. There's different types of 1/8 on-road. Ooh, the one car has just hit some AstroTurf, and the AstroTurf is split up a bit, so that'll need to get sorted out by before the next race. So yes, a huge thanks to Team X-Ray. You can see obviously their logo on the screen, and also to Lens Bodies, who are actually you can't see the logo on the screen, but we'll get that sorted. Lens Bodies is obviously a body shell manufacturer for RC, and it's run by the guy who runs Hot Race Tires, and that's Nicola Moroni, who's actually racing here at this race. So it's we're hoping to get him on the chat at some point, either today or tomorrow, and that'll be pretty good, I think. So here we go. We are on and we are live. Timing, I think it's car 3 that has just come on. Yes, the car 3 that we're following now. Before this, John Herman. So we're hoping to talk with him as well. Like I said, on the EFRA Facebook, EFRA website, we had a little interview type of article with him. It was posted last year, but it was pretty good. So if you search John Ehrman on the EFRA.ws website, you'll find his article. He's top Dutch racer for this category, and he was on TV basically showing some celebrity type people how to drive RC cars. So let's go ahead and drop back one car to the bright yellow car just on the straight now, with the orangey stripe, car number 5. That is Antoine Gachette. And Antoine, you guess where he's from? He's from France. He's got the white number 4, I believe. Let's see when he comes across again. These guys doing very quick lap times. It's faster, of course. I know, of course. It's a number 8. It's not number 5 at all. Number 8 of Ruben Olivares Munoz from Spain behind him. Coming onto the straight now. Second gear hitting in about now. Down straight, 80 miles an hour, 120 or so kilometers an hour. Olivares, you can see from the X-ray sticker, running an X-ray. So if we drop back to the next 2 cars behind, there's another sort of greeny car, I think, and then it's yellow, blue, and red. Yeah, so that pale blue car. The number 0 and number 9. That's easy. It's Jimenez and Paquito. They're sort of together. This is about as close as you can get, really. Sorry, just untangling things. Things have moved around, so they've been tangled. Yeah. Okay, so we've got, we have the Eduardo Dulac. How are you?
Good. I'm fine.
Good.
Pretty
That's
good.
great to hear. So now you're a name that is quite familiar to RCTV racers, because every time we see your name, we go, this is our Brazilian racer, but he's not Swiss. He's Brazilian.
Wow.
We explain it. So it's quite a funny thing. But so explain how. I think this is the first time we've chatted to you.
Yeah.
But so you live in Switzerland? Is that correct? Or
No,
how does that work?
Actually, I'm Brazilian. I live at Brazil,
Okay.
and I have a work job at Italy.
Okay.
It's pretty
So,
confusing.
all right, it's getting more
And-
complicated by the sentence.
Yes, and then last year I asked for the Italian Federation to register me,
Yes.
and they were full. And then they asked to the Swiss Federation
Okay.
to register me so that I can race at Spain, right?
Right. Okay.
Last
Okay.
year. And then because of this, I raced for Swiss. And for this year, I didn't want to change anymore because every time changing,
Yeah,
changing,
it makes
changing.
it complicated. Yes.
Then I say, if I can stay with Swiss, it's better for me because Brazilian, and
Yes.
then it's like this.
Wow. Okay. So you're Brazilian, but you work in Italy. You
Yeah.
tried to register with AMSCI, who's the Italian federation, like
Exactly.
BRCA or ROAR or whatever. But
And
they had no room.
Yes,
So
exactly.
they helped you register with the Swiss Federation,
Yes.
which I can't remember the name of off the top of my head. But
Yeah,
well, that's great. It's sometimes international politicking works.
yeah, that's it. The most
That's
important
fantastic.
thing is that I can enjoy and race together.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Well, that's really good.
Yeah.
So tell us how is this? I mean, how many different classes do you race? That you because we've seen you in multiple different EFRA championships.
Yes, I started to race at 2007
Right.
at Australian World Championship, Brisbane, and I do only 110 and 1/8 scale.
Right.
110 and the on-road ones.
Okay.
Gas power.
Yeah.
And then now we have the GT class too.
Yes.
But this one I didn't want to make this one.
To me,
too.
that one looks quite fun because obviously you can race quite close. The aerodynamics is it's there, but it doesn't. It's not super important like 1/8.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean that would be maybe a racing class I would do.
Yes, it's an interesting class.
Yeah.
Yes.
So maybe you do that one next year. So hopefully maybe it'll be in Sicily next year, which is a beautiful location.
Yes, I was there this year for
Yes.
the European.
Yeah.
one
Okay.
time
Yeah.
trip.
Okay.
Nice
well,
track, huh?
yeah.
Nice track, nice place.
very good.
As here, I like here very much too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So how has your week been from free practice? Were you on a pace you were happy with from the start, or did it take some work?
No, I'm not really happy with my pace, but I have to.
No racer is ever happy with their pace.
Yes, that's it. Because I think for this race we have a lot of the good drivers for all around Europe.
Yeah.
And then the level is really high. And as we don't have too many hobby drivers, I'm on a position that it's really strange for me.
Yeah.
I'm actually at 50th place.
Okay.
No, not 15, 50.
Yeah.
So it's really it's a little bit strange, but it's the reality.
Yeah.
The other
Yeah.
guys
Well,
are
when you
fast,
have
I
like
cannot
Peach
do
and
anything
Balestre and
better,
Grosskamp
yeah.
and those Gruber, those sorts of names,
But I still
you
try,
suddenly
you know?
start like dropping down.
Still trying to improve, trying to
Yeah,
to
yeah.
drive better, and I'm happy with it.
Yeah. So obviously, I'm assuming you're going to be getting lots of help from Daniele Ielesi.
Yeah.
And what car are you racing? What car?
I race for the Capricorn.
Okay. And Patricio is here.
Patricia is here.
And
yes.
so is he providing you any help, or is any of the mechanics? from
Yes,
the other,
lots of
other
help
guys?
from him, and also from Jump Starter C, which is the one that have all the parts here at the track to support us. We are very good with this brand.
That's good. Yeah, we talked to Tito earlier.
Uh-huh.
So he's very helpful with providing the perspective from not just the pro guys, but from the hobby guys, I guess we could say, the guys who come out here and do it for fun and are the majority of the EFRA racers, really. So has your pace improved to a point, or do you see it improving to where you're going to be happy? Being in whatever final you're going to see yourself. What kind of final do you hope to be in? Maybe the quarter or the 1/8?
Yeah, last year I did the quarterfinals at Valencia, but here I don't think I'll get it. If I go to 8 finals, I'll be happy.
Right. Okay. Okay. I
Okay.
think we're starting. Oh, I don't have tomorrow's schedule, but I think we're starting with 132. So that would be, yeah.
Yeah,
That'd be a good progression to bump up. And I think, is it top 2 or 3 bump up?
I think we're starting with 116 finals.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I just have to go to get one bump to go to 1.8.
Yeah.
Which I think would be my place, really place. And then for the quarterfinals, I don't know.
Yeah.
Everything can happen.
Always
race
hope.
is racing.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. You never know what can happen.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, yeah. It's
Thank you very much
great
to
to talk
bring
with
me
you.
here
Yeah.
to talk with.
Yeah.
To
yeah,
show
no,
up.
it's really good. Good to finally meet you. We talk about you every time we see your name. It's like, oh, it's the Brazilian guy.
Yeah, the Brazilian one. Yeah. No.
All right. Fantastic. Thank you very much,
Thank you very
Eduardo.
much.
And we'll see you on the track, and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, perfect.
Bye bye.
Thank you. All right. Excellent stuff from Eduardo. And yeah, our Brazilian racer who works in Italy and has the Swiss Federation backing. So now we know even more about him. Right, so in Group 5, Thomas Atard, Victor Wilk, Lamberto Calari, Robin Hertong, Maxime Rippel, Juan Antonio Hidalgo Garrido, Jonathan Gandin, Thomas Lorenzi, Sasha Klug, and Louis Christophe. Running this one. Time has started counting down for them. There we go. The first one across the line is car 5. That's Maxime Rippel. I can recognize the paint scheme now. Maxime giving us a few shout-outs yesterday on Facebook. Hitting second gear, coming down the main straight, 120 kilometers an hour across the finish line to finish his first lap. 19:09.6. Down the pit straight, around the hairpin. Maxime has nobody in front of him for at least half a lap or so. And more than a straightaway gap to the car behind. So he's got no one to give him any sort of distractions. But if we just wait at the finish line, Jude, for the next car, for the white car of car number 3, that's Lamberto Calari. I believe it's 9-time world champion in this class, if you can believe it. In various, this class and others. Very, very accomplished on-road racer. Still racing, as you can see. And drop back, well, we'll wait at the finish line because I can't see the car numbers at this point. But we're already on them. The next white car in line is the car 2 of Victor Vilk. And I believe Yillis mentioned him. I think he's running an Infinity. And we've got the car 5, I think, that is just going in. No, it's car 6, I think, going in. Getting some work done into the pits. Going down the main straight, pit straight. Back onto the main straight now. So between them, no. Sorry. So if we go drop somewhere along the way, someone has dropped out that we were following. Between me looking at a couple different things. Let's see who we're on now. No longer the white car. Number 9 of Sasha Klug. So let's stick with Sasha for a bit. We haven't followed this one for a while. Got a gaggle of cars coming up. So let's wait at the finish line here, Jude, and catch this blue car because we've got 4 cars in a row. We're going to very rapidly move to. So car in front in the blue is the 8 of Lorenzi. And then there's 2 gray cars. Oh, there's 1 gray car and then a kind of a mostly gray car. So we've got Lorenzi, and then the gray car of 7, Jonathan Gandine, is the next car. The car behind him is the 0, white and blue and kind of pink of Christophe. And catching him up is the 1 of Atard. And I think the 6 is out of place. It's Hidalgo. I think that's the car that went into the pits for a mystery pit stop. And time is already counting down. So you see, if you miss a lap or two with 10 cars, the 22nd lap, you're only doing 12, 13 laps, the high end. It's difficult to get all 10 in one run, but I think we've covered most everybody. Hertong in the car 4 was... Did we cover them? All right, so the next group out, as you can see, oh, we have some clouds. We have some clouds. Yesterday, on this shot here, we actually had clouds rolling in over the top of the hill. And you can just about see, I think, the windmills on that shot. But yeah, we do have a few clouds starting to appear, but absolutely zero threat of rain. And of course, we said that in Sicily, and we had loads of rain. Quite a few rain delays. So if it does rain, potentially there could be a delay, but I don't think it. I mean, here it definitely won't. No chance. Okay. Let's see. Catch up with things in the chat. Hi, Frank and the RC Racing TV crew. Hello, Stephen Brook. Great coverage as always, as usual. Thank you very much. Best of luck to all the competitors, especially the Brits, Alex and Tim. We'd love to see more than just the 2 Brits, so it's hopefully more guys can come out to wherever the next race is. If I understood it right, I think the next one is somewhere in Italy. Let's go to Infinity. Simon Burgoyne, Dean, that's what happened. Unfortunately, I do not know. I cannot say. Yeah, we're not really. Well, we're nowhere near the pits. We're about as far as, almost as far away as you can be from the pits. So we can't really, unless we see like a car flame out or get hit in front of us, we don't know. I see Dominique out there. I see, where is Nicola? Is in car 1. I see him there. Is that Raiola there? So we've got Heat 6 out, second fastest group of racers. These guys have been grouped into various qualifying orders based on fastest 3 consecutive laps that they did in timed practice, which was yesterday. So Zealous was mentioning when we chatted with him earlier. You can scroll back in the timeline to see his interview we had with him. Very informative. Very, very informative if you're like knee-deep, neck-deep into Nitro on-road racing. These guys have been doing it for years, and they know exactly what they need to look for. So the first run of the day, the first round, obviously this is the second run. First round of the day is going to be their fastest laps, and it's just going to be slower laps from then on out. So setting up the car for the cooler conditions, or set it up for the lower traction conditions of a hotter track. What do you do? Do you set it up so that your pit stops come at 4 minutes, or 3 minutes 45, or 4:30, or there's so many variables. It's amazing. And it looks like we have a car actually stuck underneath the fence of camera one. At the end, coming onto the straight, under the Hotel Maracargo sign, I think we have a car stuck underneath the fence. How did it get out there? That is Morone. Oh man, where's his mechanic? His mechanic has run outside the fence, or someone has run outside the fence. Oh my goodness, what a start! So hopefully he can get to the pits. So as the other cars are out there, we're following Filippo Domanin in the car 3, and we'll keep an eye out for Morone heading out there. I don't see another white car back out there. No, he's in the pit lane now, and possibly he's just said, no, forget it. Not a great result. Raiola's coming off the track in the car 7. What's gone on? 2 Infinity cars out and 2 top runners. But we're sticking with Filippo Domanin. Another car off at the underneath that hotel sign. So Domanin is coming down the pit straight now. Sorry, dude. I thought we were still with Domanin. He's coming up on the main straight now. And if you look very, very closely, you can see the RCTV stickers on the car. The 2 big blue blobs where the headlights would be. Going down the main straight. So Filippo usually racing with his young... Ooh, and he goes off the track. So luckily able to self-marshal in the champion's role and landing on his wheels. Stay on the gray stuff, guys. You must have hit that. The curbing here is very robust, shall we say. If you come off the curbing too much and you hit the inside bit, it's at such an angle that it flips you over and you end up in a fence somewhere, and hopefully not in line of, not in the firing line of the racing line where you're going to get hit. So, okay, so let's drop back, to the blue car. Blue car is number 5 of Vigerding. And now the Vigerding pit setup is really cool. There's a picture of it in the EFRA Facebook page, uploaded yesterday. It's a quite cool little setup. It's literally like you open this aluminum flight case, and there's drawers and tool stands, and there's a temperature thing and a clock and all sorts of stuff. Very, very like German/Austrian. Very nice. So the blue and white car is Marcus Vigerdering. And Raiola is back out on track. He's in the yellow car just behind. There's Raiola on screen. Carmine Raiola did quite well at the 10th Touring Car Euros in Sicily a few weeks back. Finished on the podium. I'm not sure if that's his highest result, but did pretty well, quite happy. The car 8, if just behind him is Tim Wood one of our 2 German racers, and he's very closely followed by a couple of cars. This is the 9 and the 2 of Colavo and Oliver Mack, respectively. So these 3 cars trying to chase, well, 2 cars trying to chase down Tim Wood. It's only, you can only get to a certain distance of about 2, 3, 4 meters. Is that Dominique has crashed out? Who's that? I think it is, yes, it's Dominique has crashed out, so that is his run finish. So V. Girding has popped into the top. Now Fernandez and V. Girding are sharing the top spot with Linu. Looks like he's dropped out completely. He's, again, not completing a run. I think he's given up on this one. He's had a stomach bug. So Morone gave up after being stuck in the fence for a couple of minutes. Dominique has stopped. Raiola is basically just, he's not going to get any result out of this one, but he's obviously going to, if this is his Morone and Dominique's throwout, Raiola's going to finish better than them, obviously, but only just. So there's our, it's a high fallout rate on this one. That's heat 6. Heat 7 coming up, our fastest group of racers. There's Fabio Dominique, father of Filippo. He's carried off his son's car. So, next group. They're already in the pits. It's 8. Tim Wood is being carried off, so Tim was another one to not finish that one. Group 7, about to get on the pit lane. Drivers start up already. Robert Peach, Dario Balestri, overnight TQ, and Yillis is basically called him for the overall TQ, saying the track is only going to be slower than this morning, and with this morning's TQ run, that's 2 TQ positions for Balestre. And Yillis saying that probably will put him in overall TQ. So we might have another Dario moment for Superpole. Is that going to be a good thing or a bad thing? Get that bleep button ready. Tony Gruber from Germany in car 3, Francesco Tironi and Mirko Salemi from Italy. Gilles Grosskamp, who we spoke with earlier, Dominic Greiner, Simon Kurzbuch, Alex Thurston, and Andrea Catanzani. The rest of the runners and riders in Group 7. So, we're just waiting for the track to be open here at the 2023 EFRA 1/8 IC Track European Championships here in Vila Real, Portugal. Beautiful clear blue skies above us, 27-degree temperature. If you're in the States, that's 80, just over 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Beautiful day. A beautiful day for Nitro racing and 35,000 RPM going down the straight. Right, Matt? Thumbs up. I did. Yeah. All right, so after this race, we're going to hopefully talk to as many of the top drivers as we can, because they don't have to marshal. And then we're going to have a bit of a lunch break and have a break until 1:50, and that's GMT, 1:50 GMT for the start of round 1. Group 6 and 7 are out next time at 2:40 and 2:50. And again, that's GMT, BST, CET -1, whatever you like. That's the next time these guys will be out on track today. And then at 4 o'clock, we're going to have Superpole. which may or may not start exactly at 4 o'clock, but it's scheduled for 4. But because it's the last sort of thing for the day, it may be delayed by 5 or so minutes. But basically, it's going to be, I think, 5 minutes of warm-up for everybody, and then everybody comes in. And so, well, let me explain Super Bowl. So the top qualifier of the race will basically, they're directly into the final. Perfect, great for them. So they get to sit back and watch the next 4 racers, the next 4 fastest racers after qualifying, attempt to get straight into the main final. And how they do that is they do the Super Bowl. So they have a few minutes of warm up for those next 4 fastest racers, and then one by one they go out and they have 3 minutes of warm up, and I think it's 5 laps maximum, or maybe 3 laps, I'm not sure, and they do their fastest single lap that they can, and trying to break into the 18s or 19s. And that Super Bowl, they go out one by one, starting with the 5th place fastest racer, and whoever gets in there, bam, they're in Super Bowl. The thing is, it's quite interesting because everybody can hear the shift points and if there is any braking, and everybody on the track is watching your single car that is out there, the only car out on track. So it's very intense, very good viewing. And obviously it builds up to a pretty good finale. And that's at the end of the day today at about 4 p.m. So here we go. First car across is the car 3 of Tony Gruber. So let's stick with Tony. Tony is a very, very good racer, obviously. He's the current and for the 2nd time European champion in Nitro touring car. Ooh, getting sideways there. Across the finish line. Around the Omega. Down the pit straight. Around the hairpin. And then full throttle on the straight. This guy is going full throttle around most of the track. Just letting off just a bit in some places. But only in the tightest of turns. But they're basically on throttle all the time around this track. Thilo Diekman was telling us yesterday. Very, very large track. Just drop back 1 car at the finish line. Then it's the car 1, Robert Peach. He's running RCTV stickers on his car. Of course he is. European champion. Actually, Tony Gruber is as well. So Robert Peach, early on, was tipped to be the fastest racer by basically all of the top guys that we talked to. But it looks like it may be the next car behind him, who dropped back 1 car, Dario Balestri in the white and gray. It may be that Dario ends up being the overall qualifier, overall top qualifier. But it's a 45-minute race. Anything can happen, as we were talking with Thilo earlier. Greiner won from 6th position on the grid, fell out of the race completely to 11th position, came back and won it last year in Valencia. And that's only 1,000 kilometers away. You know what that means. Right, Matt? It's anything can happen. So Dario about to put a lap. Oh no, we're with, we've swapped around. We're with the 5 and the 6 of Salemi and Grosskamp. They're quite close together. The Grosskamp potentially being held up. Running 5th, Salemi's, yeah. I think Salemi, referee's maybe not calling Salemi to let him by. The next car behind. I think Grosskamp is definitely close enough to show his intention of, you know what, I'd really like to get past you now, man. Car 4 is creeping up. That's Francesco Teroni. So Salemi, I don't know what's happening. Is he not getting called? to move over. There he goes. Yillis saying, okay, if you're not going to give me the space, I'm going to take it. Salemi getting up on the curbing just a little bit and zooming past comes Grosskamp. So we drop back to the second of the yellow cars. There we go. That's Francesco Tironi. Let's see what Tironi can do against the immovable force of Salemi. These two are fellow Italians. I'm sure Francesco will be aware vaguely. Oh, see? Look at that. Slams the door on Tironi. Not really what you should be doing. It's a qualifying run. So, yeah, I don't see any remonstrations or anything like that on the rostrum. But there we go. That's the final run. That's the final run of qualifying for round 4 anyway. Round 5 coming up once again at 1:50 with the fastest groups of racers, the two top heats, as we like to say, coming out at 2:40 and 2:50 today, and that's GMT time. We'd like to thank X-Ray, Team X-Ray, the Hooties. We love a bit of Slovakia. I still have a shopping bag from the Lidl in Slovakia. That's my new thing now, as I collect the foreign shopping bags with like very obvious foreign writing on them. That's my new thing. So rather than get a T-shirt or a fridge magnet or something, it's like, okay, I'll do something different. I'll get the shopping bag somewhere where I go. So anyway, yes, we'd like to thank X-Ray for helping support us, and Lens Bodies of Nicola Morone, providing us support and help. So I see at least one racer coming towards us. That's a good thing. So we're going to have a chat with as many racers as we can have a chat with, that Matt can corral for us. And it appears that we've got a Dominic Greiner with us.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. You?
Good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm in the shade. It's nice and cool. It's only 27 degrees.
It's cold, yeah.
So, how was that run for you?
Not that good.
No. Why not?
We had 3 good runs, so not super good, but I think we are already in the semi, so we try some more things to improve the car, but it's not getting better. So.
Ah, okay. Is that because the track is just too warm for the setup to really improve?
No, you can improve, but also the track changed compared to today in the morning. The run in the morning, the track was cooler and a lot more grip and also more power from the air. But we look for some steering all the time, so it's not easy.
Yeah, Tilo is saying that you prefer to have a lot of a nose heavy car rather than more grip on the. No, you can come through. It's okay. So our race director walking back past us, he was saying that the new thing with the gurney flap is with the serrated with the teeth on it, but you prefer to have the straight gurney flap.
Yeah, because that one with the teeth give you even more grip. I don't know why, but it is. So, but it's not suited to our car, especially not for here. So, yeah, we have one good setup from yesterday that was pretty okay, and I am running already with the final setup. So I do no changes for the semi. So I think for the long run, it looks not that bad as it actually looks at the moment. But it can be even better now, but it's not possible at the moment.
Yeah. Okay, so I think Matt's not here to he's off corralling someone else for us to be our next victim. But normally we'd have our overall results after Q4 pop up. But do you know where you sit at the moment?
The last run I was 5th, but Robert was still behind because he had one not good lap. I think now it's 6th or 7th. Yeah, 6th. Okay. Yeah, that's super good because I don't want to be in a super pool because I'm not competitive on one lap for sure now.
Oh, well, that's what I was getting to with super pool. So
no,
you don't want to be in super pool at all.
Make no sense. So on one lap, makes no sense. So to be 6th is super good. So I have a good starting position and can stay that position in the same.
You love 6th position, don't you?
Yeah. At the moment, yeah. No, I never won a super pole. It's not my style, and I'm not doing the car to be fast on one lap. So
yeah.
I make it drivable and good for a long run, even on small tires. So for the long run, it's another story.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's obviously, historically, that's kind of your thing now.
Yeah.
You should get a shirt that says 6 to 11 to 1 or something like that.
Yeah. No,
okay. We've got our next victim lined up already, so we'll let you go and get back to the pits.
All right.
Thank you very much, Dominic.
Thank you. Thanks.
We're just here. All right. Thanks, Dominic. Thanks. All right. So our next victim is, there we go, Mr. Tony Gruber, also from Germany. Tony, how was that last run for you?
The last round was from the beginning, first lap, really, really good. The pace was good. Also, my father say against Dario, I'm in front. So I just push every lap, and I make 2 mistakes in the last 2 laps. But Dario also in the last lap. So, luckily I was in front in the end.
Yeah. Okay. And so do you look forward to Super Pole, or do you hate it, or do you just not mind it, or it's just part of the thing now, or?
Because with the engine, I really looking forward for the Super Pole, but now we can focus for the TQ.
Yeah.
Now it's 1-1 with Dario. He made 2.
Yeah.
I made 2 also. So now last round decide, and then push hard.
So, what kind of? I mean, I'm not going to ask exact what changes you're making to your car, but what sort of changes do you make to your car when the track is what it's going to be? Where it's
today,
getting hotter and hotter.
Today against tomorrow, for example.
No, well, from this morning to Q5. What kind of changes do you make? I imagine they're very, very subtle but very important changes.
For the moment, the track is, for us, nearly same. In the morning you have more grip overall. When it's getting hotter, you have a little bit more, a little bit less grip. But in this side you can make a little bit the ring out in the rear, or maybe start a little bit the toe. From my side, the temperature is not so important now. When it's 28, 29, 30 degrees, then we change something. But now, for the moment, the car is stable. I can focus on my style and can push.
Okay.
So for the moment, is everything good with the temperature?
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, I've got a little temp gauge here. It's 27 degrees air temperature in the shadow right now. So yeah, we might be getting to the point where.
Yeah, now I see 27.
Yeah.
Now for the lunch break, we decide what we do for the last round. If it's getting hotter, then we will do something. If it's day 27, we will keep with the setup.
Okay. All right. We've got our last, I think, victim lined up already. So we'll let you go and get back to the paddock. Thank you very much, Tony.
No problem.
And get off you. Okay. All right. Thanks, Tony. And here we are. Mr. Robert Peach. Hello.
Good
How
to
are
see
you
you again.
Yeah. So, well, I've just been asking the other guys how that last run went for them. So, how did it go for you? Something happened on the car?
For me, it was okay the last run, but I changed something on the car because I had to risk a bit because I was not on TQ pace today in the morning.
Yeah.
So I had to risk something. Wasn't working out really, so I was a bit behind Dario and Tony, so I lost the run. But in the end, my biggest problem was the DNF in Q1. And then in Q2, I had to take care about fuel consumption because we was not 100% sure So I lost TQ run in the last lap, I guess, and yeah.
Right.
So I have to go Super Pole again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, is that something that you like, hate, enjoy, look forward to?
To be
Super
honest,
Pole?
this time when I see my pace in the practice, I didn't want to go to Super Pole. I want to save it before, but now I have to, and yeah, I will do my best and see what happens.
Okay. And so I was talking to you yesterday after the mysterious thing that happened in round one. I mean, obviously we saw you not get any, or one lap, I think, in 1 minute 26, which is a very slow lap, I must say. But have you figured that out? Have you and Daniele figured out what happened, or is it still just who knows?
On the track, I thought at first that the engine was broken because it felt like when you broke the glow plug or something.
Right.
But then we found out the engine was okay, so we basically changed everything: the fuel tank, fuel tubes, filter, everything, and Daniele cleaned the engine, and then was working again. We think probably from the technical inspection some dust came probably in the carburetor or something.
Okay.
Yeah, and that probably was the problem, but we don't know. We just changed everything, and then it was working again.
Okay, so just to clarify, that I imagine that they take off the air filter and measure the carburetor inlet, right? Or something like that?
They take off the air filter and also the fuel tube to check the size of the fuel tank.
Yeah.
And then maybe a little foam part or something came inside the carburetor. We don't know.
Yeah.
But might be the problem because usually it's you don't have such a big difference just from the setting of the engine.
Yeah. So. Okay. All right. Well, it's one of those mysteries of racing, I suppose. Every car gets checked. It's not just the top guys, just so everybody knows out there. But yeah, every car goes through technical inspections: the weight, the body size, wheels, everything, the engine, fuel tank, and everything. Okay. Well, we'll let you get back to your pits and enjoy your lunch. And but I guess not too much because you have to prepare for a Q5 and then Super Pole, hopefully.
I think I will already prepare for Super Pole because this is now more important than Q5 for me.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Robert, and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Good to see you here again.
Yeah. Great to see you. All right. So there we are. It's the top racers just before they're heading off to lunch. So meanwhile, we are going to have our own lunch. And enjoy some of the wonderful local delicacies of Portugal here from Villarreal in Portugal. And yeah, we want to thank X-Ray and Lens Bodies for helping us bring you this live coverage of the EFRA 2023 1/8 IC Track European Championships. In the meantime, until we come back, make sure you subscribe on YouTube. Hit the bell icon so you're notified when Q5 is about to start, or just keep your Facebook page open, and we'll be back. My name is Frank McKinney. In the production booth is Matt McCallum. On camera is Jude McCallum, and we'll be back at just before 1:50 this afternoon. are back. It's the final round of qualifying here at the 2023 1/8 track IC track European Championships from EFRA. We are RC Racing TV. I'm Frank McKinney. We got Matt McCallum in the commentary in the production booth, Jude McCallum on camera, and we're bringing you the EFRA European Championships once again this summer, and for many summers in the past. So yeah, Villarreal, Portugal is the location this week. We're in Holland twice last week, and as well as the ETS. But so we're here. We've got marshals out on the track. We have mechanics in the pit lane, as you can see. Our amazing pit lane camera. And we're just waiting for the timing to be going. There we are, exactly right on time. Computer announces, okay, track is open. So these guys are out. And we've got several of you watching live already. Giovanni Nicotra say tutti noi. Comment from someone named Rimfire. Never race on road, but I have to say these are pretty cool. These are very cool. These are very, 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 very cool cars. Very, very fast as well. If you're familiar with touring car racing, with the basically highly modified passenger cars, these cars are very much more in line with your traditional Formula One cars, because they're actually quite difficult to pass once you get very close to them. Highly dependent on aerodynamics as well as mechanical grip, which is suspension and weight balance and all kinds of very complicated things like that. And yeah, it's there's a lot going on with these. So, this is the fifth round of qualifying. The first heats in this particular class, we run them from the, shall we say, the slowest to the fastest. So these are this is the slowest group of racers. The fastest two groups of racers are going to be out at 240 and 250. Those include names such as Filippo Dominine, Carmine Raiola, Oliver Mack, Robert Peach, Dario Balestri, Tony Gruber, Francesco Terroni, Gilles Grosskamp, Dominic Reiner, Simon Kurzbuch, Alex Thurston. So if those are the names, I didn't read them all, but if those are the names you're looking for, they will be on. Keep us going. Keep us live, but you don't leave us. Stay in the room. Those guys are going to be on at 240, 250, and that's GMT time. So just adjust, obviously, based on your local time zone. And then we're going to have Super Pole at 4 o'clock. So it's actually, it's not 10 minutes after. It's an hour and 10 minutes after. Yeah, so that's going to be a separate show. So this coverage this weekend brought to you thanks to, in part, from to X-Ray. So thank you very much, X-Ray. Team X-Ray providing sponsorship for us this weekend to bring you this amazing coverage all weekend long. We were broadcasting all day yesterday. We're broadcasting all day today. And we're broadcasting all day tomorrow. We have a broken car right in front of us. The number 4. I think it's a rear, the left rear. Looks like possibly. No, it's missing a front right wheel. And Francesco Tironi very hopefully popping it back on. It's looks like it wasn't secured fully, and he's back out on track. And looks like it's steering to the left okay. Steering to the right okay. Going straight all right. Still might want to come in for a pit because time is counting. These guys only have 3 minutes left of this qualifying run. So let's very quickly describe to you the names of these racers who are in this run. Well, Jude just every now and then shifts around to different cars. We've got in car 1, Javier Corbalon Montserrat. Car 2 is Jose Felix. Car 3, Cristiano Coelho. Car 4, Carlos Sanchez Lopez. Car 5, Francesco Amano Rinaldi. Car 6, Ricardo Sousa. Car 7 is Konstantinos Saratsoklis. Car 8 is Jose Angel Gutierrez Boe. Car 9 is Antonis Karageorgiou. So 9 cars in this run. And 2 are not running. So that's Armano and Gutierrez. Don't quite know what's happening. Oh, car 1 has just come off. Dominic Greiner, last year's European Championship in this class. So he's the defending champion, basically. He actually said he's feeling like he's on pace, and his mechanic, Tilo Diekman, Jumpstart RC, is feeling pretty good about Greiner's pace as well. Greiner saying he doesn't really want to be in Superpole. He'd rather start from 6th position. And I mentioned he might want to just, if he's able to, especially if he's able to do it again, get a shirt that says from 6 to 11 to 1. That would be amazing. So we were able to talk to, if you maybe queue it up on another tab or another device while this stream is still going, bring up the little chats that we had. We talked to Yilis Grosskamp earlier. We talked to Eduardo Dulac, our Italian resident Brazilian racer who's competing under the Swiss flag. So he explains all that. I won't get into it, but you can learn all about that by watching today's earlier coverage. And we also talked to Tony Gruber, Robert Peach, and Dominic himself, as well as his mechanic Tilo. We talked to him first. These guys, I'll tell you what, if you think you are like really deeply into racing, you are not. These guys have so many variables in their heads going on about all kinds of things. As time is counting down, we got Felix Jose, Sartzalkis, Coelho, and Sanchez. Gutierrez looks like Karageorgiou looks like he's dropped out. Saw a couple of cars crash out, a couple of cars stop. So it's quite a few less cars out on track than we would have expected. So we'll see how things wrap up. So it looks like only on the lead lap are 3 cars: Felix, Saratsoklis, and Coelho. Sanchez, Karageorgiou, Gutierrez, Corbani, and Sousa and Armano not completing their runs. So I'm not sure how hot the track actually is, because it is quite breezy. The sun has been on it all day, so it should be the slowest that the track will be. The fastest race has been, the fastest round is usually the early round. But then that's also because the track is cooler, but then the track is also dustier from the overnight winds or anything that's happened. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. We have some drivers who definitely don't want to be in the Superpole, because that's coming out the end of the day when the track will be at its hottest. We have some drivers who do want to be in Superpole, like for sure want to be in Superpole. you don't want to make your car set up for just for one lap. Obviously, it's a 45-minute race, the main event tomorrow. So, of course, you can check the live results for yourself on myrcm.ch to see what the overall qualifying is going, how it's going for everybody. But from what I understand is we have Gruber with 2 round wins, and Balestre with 2 round wins. So it's all to play for in the coming few races. So in the next run, we have our Brazilian friend Eduardo Dulac, Marcus Seiber, Evangelos Totomas, Francisco Vidal Cardona, Gianluca Del Cielo, Florian Luyer, Duarte Fardia, Manuel Angel Picon, and it's either Vidal Alberto Fernandez, but I think it's Alberto Fernandez Vidal. The triple name thing really throws me. But there we go. So you can see actually the flags on the track. You can see how the wind is blowing. Now, earlier today, it was blowing from right to left, and the flags were facing the other direction. And now they're facing literally 180 degrees in the other direction. So that's what's happened today, is the wind has changed. But that it did it yesterday as well. I'm just saying, it's now the drivers on the main straight, they're driving into the wind, so it's a little bit different braking point for them to, Ooh, number 4 gets rear-ended on accident. He was off the line, but the number 6 car of Luyer hitting him. He was off the line. That was our Red Bull driving friend. And he's our friend because he's got RCTV stickers on his car, and he has RCTV stickers on his car because he's here. He's physically here, so he can request them. I gave them to him, and he willingly put them on his car. But if you want to get RCTV stickers of your own, and you're not physically present at one of the races, or you have a friend who can ask for them for you, picking a setup for themselves, of course, you can become an RCTV hero by joining the club, the Hero Club, if you will, on RC Racing TV's YouTube channel. So you just click the join button, then that gives you a chat badge, that gives you a sticker pack, very importantly, that gives you, what else does it give you? Oh, a little badge, and you get priority requests to follow cars, because we always like to follow, follow through on our requests. But now we've got the Hero Club, so you can get priority follow requests, so to speak. So there's our Red Bull friend with his RCTV stickers. You see even his mechanic wife, I'm assuming. There's a sticker there. You can see it just under the Red Bull, and there's the other one. Very perfectly placed. I mean, as a obviously huge Red Bull F1 fan would be. And that's our number 4 car, Francisco Vidal Cardona. So timing is starting to count down. They've been told that the time is going to be starting. Hasn't yet started. There we go. 10-second countdown has started now. So the next car is to cross the line. It's going to be this car, blue car, followed by our Red Bull driving friend, Francisco. So the blue car is the number 1 of Eduardo Dulac. So we have 2 of our friends out there. We need to get Eduardo some stickers when we see him next. So Eduardo in the blue car pulling away from Francisco. Francisco having some issues maybe with his engine. Seems to be coming off throttle where he shouldn't be coming off throttle, which is basically nowhere on the track. This track is a very high, it's a very engine-dependent track, shall we say, which means they're on throttle quite a lot. So it's a very high fuel consumption circuit for these guys. And even for 1/8 scale according to some racers, this is maybe just a little bit too big. Who was it? Is it Kurzbach? No. Silvio Hochler, I was told. Not a fan of this track because it's just too big for 1/8 scale, according to him. Obviously not for the other 70 or so racers that are here. So, yeah, there's our Red Bull friend, Francisco. Hitting about 120 or so kilometers an hour. That's about 80 miles an hour down that main straight. There's the finish line. Into the S's. Into the Omega, as I call it. It's not quite Omega shaped from this view. Down the pit straight. Around the hairpin. And around this section here. Getting onto the main straight there. You can see the starting grid. The track is so wide, this actually has lane markings going down the middle of the track. So we move forward to the white car. Who's that? The car number 5 that Francisco's coming up on of Gianluca Dalciello. Ooh, and is this... Wow. Okay, let's stick with... Because Francisco's clearly faster. Okay, so Dalciello lets him go past. That's a good move because he's spun out again. When the car's properly set up, you're not going to be spinning out. So something is going wrong there with Dalciello's car. So let's try and get into this group of cars that's ahead. They're in the infield, just going down the main straight. So let's start at either end. Start with the back. The back car. There we go. This sort of aqua-colored car. Let's see, it's the car 6. That's the car 6 of Florian Luyer. I'll follow him just for a little bit before we move to the blue and white car of number 1 now, as he's passing. Well, he's already passed the car, so now we're out of sequence. That's okay. We'll catch up with them if we can in a bit. So this blue car with the white sides. That's our leader of Eduardo Dulac, who we've already followed a bit. Giving him a tiny bit more love before we move forward one more time to the car 9 of Picon. So Picon just at the breaking point, crossing the finish line now. Picon, the multicolored white, purple, and pink. Mostly white and pink, I think. Oh, sorry, it's not Picon, it's Fernandez. My apologies. And our friend Fernandez somehow had a crash, and the marshal has left his chair in the middle of the track. He must have fallen over. It's clear now, but yeah, that was interesting. Oh, the car 3 is flamed out, so run out of fuel. That's Totomis. And you can see we can see Fernandez going past him now. And the marshal not aware because the car is silent. Obviously, not able to hear anything. If the car was upside down, you'd be able to hear the wing wing behind him, and he'd be able to turn his head. So, crowd shouting to get his attention. So, anyway, that is the run done. Heat 2, Heat 3 is the next in line, of course. Heat 3, well, oh wait. So there's our finishing order for Heat 2. Dulac, Luyer, Fernandez, Fardia, Vidal, Totomis, Dalciello. So I think Francisco did not end up with a great run there, our Red Bull friend. I'd like to thank again our friends from X-Ray and Lens Bodies for helping us bring this coverage to you live all weekend long from Villarreal, Portugal. And we're hoping to talk to Mr. Lens Bodies himself, Mr. Hot Race, Mr. Nicola Maroni from Napoli. He's here. He races. He's really into his on-road. Loves his on-road stuff. So he's He's here and racing, not doing so hot in the last round. He somehow got stuck underneath the fence at the far right of the, once we go to our main camera, it's the fence that's on the opposite end of the track from us. And had to get rescued, and not sure what happened, but wow, that's some very bad luck. Of course, these cars are shaped like a door wedge, basically. So if they're going to get stuck in something, it's always going to be that front end. And he had to get rescued by someone running around the outside of the fence, which is, it's a security fence, basically. That's literally the outer limits of the track premises. So we had to run outside the fence to go get the car from the outside and pass it over the fence to the marshal. And by that time, it was the clock had already started, and Nicola had to just say, well, this is going to be my throwout. So 5 rounds of qualifying, 2 throwouts, 3 rounds to count. And so just bad luck. But that's racing. Sometimes you have bad luck, sometimes you have good luck. So track is open. Group 4 is out. Group 4? 3. Group 3 is out. So we've got Jorge Prata Raul. I think it might be Raul Jorge Prata. Tobias Hepp. Iker Saborit Corbalon. Nuno Alvaro Arcas. Alan Levy. Christian Lopez Lopez. Nuno Ferreira Pinto. Carlos Sanchez Labernia. Tomas Tony Forne. And Luca Menganella. In this one, 10 cars in this heat. First group to be full with 10 cars. So I mentioned Super Pole earlier. That is going to, we're going to have an overall TQ, which is going to be excellent for them. Not great for the rest of the. We have a wheel has just come off of a car coming onto the straight. It's the yellow and green. I can't remember what car number it is. Marshall has picked up the wheel and the car, and is bringing it back to the pit area. So it's going to be a very busy Marshall. Well, another Marshall. It's kind of a relay system where the car crashes on the outer edge. Oh, and another car with the wheels come off. The number 1. That's Prata. Rear wheels come off that time. That's 2 cars with the wheels have come off. These cars equipped with quick release latches on the wheels. So there's obviously the axle is a rotating axle that sticks out the side of the car, of the hub. And there's a cross pin that the wheel kind of connects onto. And when the wheel is fully engaged and properly engaged and put onto that axle and the cross pin, a little spring-loaded catch pops out. And when that is popped out, it holds the wheel in place. So the number 1 car is back out. So obviously it was just a loose wheel. It was just an improperly attached rear wheel is all it was. But if that comes off at full speed, you're not going to be able to stop. You're going to hit something, and hopefully it's something soft, or you just glide on the AstroTurf until you come to a restful slumber, and you don't actually damage anything. But the likelihood is that you'll hit a berm and go flying up in the air and probably hit an outer wall of the track. So the time has started to count down to the actual start of the qualifying clock. Horn has sounded. That yellow and green car that had lost its wheel is also back out there and running full speed, 80 miles an hour down the main straight. So obviously 2 cars with just badly fitted wheels, that's all. So no drama. They seem to be all pointing in the same direction, so that's good. So let's see. This car that we're following now is car number 7 of Ferreira. I do hope I'm saying that name properly. Oh, wait. No. Now we're on the car 3. Going down the pit straight. On the hairpin. Temperature now just under 28 degrees Celsius. Across the finish line, and we pick up the next car, which I think is going to be the 0. Don't remember the cars correctly. It is. And that is Manganella. So let's stick with Manganella. And finishes his lap. And we'll drop back to the next car, which is the sort of verdigris, officially called Tiffany Green. Car number 2 of Tobias Hepp, who so far has been doing pretty good in this qualifying run in his rounds that we've seen. I think we saw him have a bad run a couple rounds ago. And you can check out everyone's full lap times and everything on myrcm.ch. RC timing, always a really good resource for people watching this sort of thing online and live. And if you drop back one more car, I believe it's the 5, the yellow and green machine of Alain Levy from Austria. Team Austria staying in our hotel. We came in late Wednesday night, and they had all their cars all spread out on the cafe tables, just working on their cars in the cafe of the hotel. So good stuff. Obviously worked it out with the hotel owner. So RC racers will do what RC racers do. Let's drop back one more time to the car number 8, the all green car, the deep green car of Carlos Sanchez Labernia, as he's hitting the braking point of the main straight. Oh, that was a very tight run on the. You don't want to take those berms too deep, because if you hit the inside lip, you will be launched. It's about a 45-degree angle launch, whereas if you're just on the outside of the berm before it actually dips down to the infield, it's a very, very gentle slope, because it's a car track racing berm. So anyway, there's a group of 3 cars behind Lavernia, and that is the 6, 7, and 1. Well, now it's a 6, 1, and 7. And that would be Lopez, Prata again, and 7 is Ferreira, who we've already covered. So we just stay on the front 2, yeah, just like that, because Prata, I think he's already worked his way through these 2 to put him another lap down. Oh, it's a number 9 now. Where's the 7 gone? I think the 7 is... Oh, the 7 is the second of the orange car. The 9 is the yellow car. And that is Forne. And time is starting to count down. They're in the last 10 seconds. The last couple seconds now. And if we have time, we'll drop back one more car to the blue and pink, number 4 of Alvaro. So he's on his last lap, I believe, right now. As he's on the main straight and across the finish line to finish time. And he's popped up into 3rd. There you go. A good luck final lap for him. So finishing order is Hepp once again. Manganella has a good one this time around. He didn't have such a hot run last time. Finishing 2nd in this group. We'll see where that puts him overall. You can check that out again on RC Timing, myrcm.ch. So Hepp, Manganella, Alvaro, and Lopez. That's your top 4. So now there's about a 3-minute gap before the next group of cars are called out. So the drivers have come in, pulled the cars into the pits. The mechanics have picked the cars up and shut them off, and one by one turn them into the technical inspection team, which are in a closed hut, and they will be weighed. The fuel tanks will be measured. The carburetor inlet dimensions will be measured. Check the width and the height and the weight of the car. Bodies will be measured. All this, because it's a European championship, so everything gets checked. Top 10 get checked a little bit more strenuously, and obviously the winners of each round, of each race will get checked a little bit more strenuously, so top 3 or so. But generally, it's a pretty tight ship, so you come on one way. There's a prep area where the last or the current heat of drivers, so from Group 4, had been waiting with the cars running and just letting them run. I'm just watching 2 drivers have a discussion about an older driver and a younger driver having a discussion about whose fault was what for whatever happened out on track between them. Luckily, they're sharing they have a common language. But yeah, seems to have ended amiably enough. So Group 4 about to go out on track. As I said, they've been warmed up probably since the start of the last race. It's only 4 minutes long. So they start up, collect their tires first of all, fit them. And obviously the mechanic has kind of, I suppose, most of the blame or all the blame to put on if they're the ones who put the tires on. Drivers will stand in a group at the bottom of the stairs behind the rostrum. Mechanics start up the engine. Drivers just every couple of seconds will just be revving the throttle trigger or lever on their controller. And when the previous group clears the pit lane, they're allowed to out onto the pit lane. And now, the ball starts rolling again. So in this one, from France, we've got Simon Burgoyne, Hal Figueiredo, who we spoke with earlier. Not normally an on-road racer, but he's not doing terribly. He's doing a lot better than me, for sure. But he says there's almost nothing that carries over. Apart from go left and right around the track. That's probably the only similar things that he's got from his Nitro buggy racing that he can carry on into this. And then we've got the Dutch racer John Ehrman, got Jorge Martinez Agudo, Antoine Gachet, Fabian Berenger, Luca Valentin, who's got the ELAC name somewhere in his name, Ruben Olivares Munoz, Jose Paquito, and Baptiste Jimenez, finishing the 10 drivers in this race. Let's see if we can catch up with the chat, as we say. Someone's asked, is there an electric version of this class? Well, there are people who race electric versions. I think, obviously, acceleration-wise, there will be faster. I think top speed-wise, I'm not really sure if they're the same top speed. I'd imagine they are. But there's no European Championship yet for them. But that may come. Awesome high-speed track. What are the drivers saying about tire wear? Not really sure. It's spec tires, basically. There's no, I was going to say, when I was talking about tires earlier, there's only, it was control front tires and control rear tires, so it's just same tires everybody gets, the same exact ones. There's no tire saucing allowed, and obviously no tire heaters allowed. Don't really do that on Nitro. Let's see. Was there only 3 major brands that make IC 1/8 IC on road? I think there's more than 3. X-Ray, obviously. Event our coverage sponsor, I should say. Time has started, by the way. So we'll let them go a couple laps before we start actually paying attention to the order of things. Capricorn, Infinity, BMT, There's others. Yes. What? Oh, hello. Hi. I didn't know. Matt was just like frantically pointing. Is it okay?
Yeah, 5 minutes, then I go to.
Yeah.
To destroy my car again.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So Nicola Moroni of Mr. Lens Bodies,
Yeah.
Mr. Hot Race.
Yes.
First of all, I mean, I mentioned it a few minutes ago. What happened in your last run? You ended up outside the track.
No, I just crashed. I touched the crab and just crashed.
Okay.
Before the start.
Yeah.
I say to my mechanic, oh, the car is amazing. Boom!
Oh. Well,
So-
yeah, that's why you have to kind of say, oh, the car is okay, and then everything
yeah,
is fine.
maybe,
on
yes.
track. But you were stuck underneath the fence.
yes.
So someone had to run outside and grab your car.
Exactly, yeah.
And we actually caught that on camera, so you'll be able to find it on YouTube.
I know, because many people send me the videos.
Oh,
and-
no. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Moment of fame, I guess. But other than that, how has your week been going?
At the moment, very good, because the first 3 run I was in top 10 all the 3 first rounds, and for me it was a big surprise because I never drive, and this is my first time this year.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
And I not come to European Championship from 5 years, so I just came here just to see the bodies, how it works, because I'm testing with different materials. So the only way to make good testing is on the race.
Yeah.
During the race.
Yeah.
So I just made this race just for test my body, and to be honest, I'm surprised that I am good.
You're doing all right.
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
And I think that right now I'm in semi-final. Nobody
Wow.
Yeah, it's for me. Trust me, it's a really big surprise. And just because no practice, nothing, and just come here and drive and try to test bodies, and so that's it. I'm happy for this, and I enjoy it because this is my week of holiday.
Really?
So, yes.
Well, it's great weather for it.
Yes, great weather, and I'm with my friends, so it's very nice.
Yeah. And so what kind of, I mean, obviously Lens Bodies, we're very appreciative that you're helping support, bring RC racing to the RC TV audience. It's excellent, and we really, truly appreciate it. What kind of developments do you see maybe coming for the future? I mean, not to give any secrets.
Okay.
But what sort of, because we've seen obviously the modified touring car class has gone crazy with aerodynamics, and I've heard that there might be rules changes coming to make the bodies so that the cars are slower, which I think would make closer racing. I mean, what are your thoughts on that, first of all?
I think that we need to split pro races and club racing or stock races. For example, in touring cars, we need to have modified like a pro. So we need to put maximum aerodynamic things and the maximum performance on that car. And then we need to have a stock class like more real cars, so less grip, something more easy for all the people, all customers. I think that we need, like Formula 1 and Formula 2, okay? We need the pro, and we need a second class that is not like a pro drivers with maybe a 90% same materials, but just small details. We change just small details for normal customers. I think this is important. We need to take care of the normal customers and not take care of the pro drivers.
Okay.
Without customers, we don't have pro drivers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the pro drivers have to be paid somehow, and obviously it's the customers that provide the majority of the racers that are even here.
Yeah.
So what sort of I mean, it's very exciting for me I got into touring car racing because I'm a scale car fan. Okay. So I started with 124 scale models, and then go, oh, cool, I can drive these if I get a model or RC model car. So it's really cool for me to see like a Le Mans type wing sort of system, or the little canard winglets on the fronts and stuff like that. It's kind of when they make their way into RC. What kind of things do you see on full-size cars that you would like to maybe incorporate or figure out how to put them onto RC cars, like from world endurance cars?
I think that maybe the only I think that, for example, the big scale, okay, is the most real class that we have never seen.
You mean large scale touring
Large
car?
scale, yes. Big
I mean,
scale,
to be
large
honest, that's my favorite to watch. I was just at the...
Maybe to watch?
Yeah,
To watch,
yeah.
yes. To drive,
it would be very hard.
Yes. I did one time with my cousin, and not easy. But this is the... Yeah, maybe we need to find something similar to that class, maybe in a 10 scale. But I don't know if we lose customers or not, because maybe it's too difficult, and maybe we lose customers. So it's some kind of balance.
Yeah. Well, model car, RC model car is always evolving. There's
Yes.
always some changing, and obviously,
I think we need this.
Yeah, which
We
is
need it.
it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes it changes too much in one direction for other people, so they maybe move on to other things, or they try a different class or whatever. But in like GT3 racing,
Okay.
like Porsche and Ferrari, that sort of racing, is there anything that's exciting you maybe from that sort of racing?
To be honest, no.
No. Okay.
No.
What is it about that you don't
I
you don't like?
I think that these are not real cars. Okay, so we don't have to follow real cars.
Oh yes, yes.
So this is my opinion. And we want to make Ferrari or Lamborghini exactly same body or something like that. For me, it's no point. Because if you want to make this, you make static RC, not dynamic RC. So it's just, for me, are just two different things. So I think that this sport is just for the competition, and it's not for we have a nice car that looks same to Ferrari or looks same to Lamborghini. Yes, maybe it's nice to see, but on the track, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we see a lot of that sort of. Okay. Well, we're about to get into our next run.
I go to destroy again my car.
Yeah, that's true. Stay on the track. Stay on the track.
I try. It's my goal to stay on the track. No more.
Always the best.
Okay.
That's the fastest way. All right.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Nicola Moroni from Lens Bodies and Hot Race. Perfect. Thank you. All right, so time is about to start counting down for these guys in Group 5. So, yes, once again, we do like to talk to our coverage sponsors. That was Nicola Moroni from Napoli in Italy. You may know it as Naples. Nicola, main man at Lens Bodies and Hot Race. So Group 5, consisting of drivers with names such as Thomas Atard, Victor Vilk, Lamberto Collari, Robin Hertong, Maxime Ripoll, Juan Antonio Hidalgo Garrido, Jonathan Gandin, Thomas Lorenzi, Sasha Klug, and Louis Christophe. So yeah, it's pretty funny that Nicola's already been sent multiple times the clip of his car stuck in the fence. So sorry, Nicola, but you know it was a very, very noteworthy moment, and it had to happen to someone, I suppose, at some point during the weekend. Time is counted down. So this car number 6 needs to get out on track before... Okay, he's out. He's just starting a bit later than he probably would have liked. 28.1 degrees now in the shade. It's just under 83 Fahrenheit. So hello everybody from out there in RCTV land. We got Lamberto Calari again out there in the lead. We're on Maxime Rippel at the moment. Coming through the kink around the Omega, down the pit straight. Around the hairpin. It's not really the hairpin, but it is a hairpin. Kind of. It's the only hairpinny sort of place. Down the main straight. There's the starting grid. And then the finish line once again. So let's see. I don't think it's kind of hard to know who we didn't follow last time. So we'll just move back a car. And we'll see who that is. It's one of the gray cars. Good. These gray cars, not a fan of them, but well. Oh, there's our number 6 car. And that is Hidalgo. And he's followed by the number 3 of Calari. So let's stick with these two. Oh, we got a white car coming off the track. Don't know who that is. It could be Wilk. I think it's Wilk. So let's see how quickly, if Calari can dispatch Hidalgo with any sort of speed. Calari, I'm sure not where he'd love to be, which would be in the fastest group, but he's not doing too bad in this one. And I talked to the referees about this, because obviously Calari is going to be faster than Hidalgo. But this distance there is about where you start to come across, if you're the car following, you start to lose downforce if you get too slow. And now Hidalgo's let him pass. But we had a situation in the last heat of the top group where one car wasn't letting another car that was clearly faster. Well, I mean, to me, he was clearly faster because it was a driver that we're friendly with. So it was, kind of that bias. And of course, the referees have to ignore that, ignore the names, and only look at the relative speeds. And you can see, obviously, that Calari has now distanced Hidalgo by a good margin in just a couple of laps. And Grosskamp had to basically force his way past. And the I asked the referees, how does that work? Like, what do you do in that situation? And they say, well, they have to look at the level that these guys race at. The distances are the speed, the relative pace and speed of everybody is really, really close. And if it were a top racer stuck in a low group, because they had terrible time practice times, then yeah, they'd have to be calling traffic for them. But not so much that it made, that a competitor would protest it or something like that. So it's a really difficult thing for the racers, for the race referees to do. So sorry, I've been waffling on about that for a bit. I'm trying to watch these. There's a group of 3 cars ahead of these 2, ahead of Calari. And we may already be on them. We're already on them. So it's these 2. Oh, we got a dead car. We got a dead number 5. Is he still coasting? He's still coasting. He's made his last lap. Wow. That was tight for Ripoll. That was very, very tight on fuel. So now we're starting to maybe see the effects of the heat. We have another car that's run out of fuel. It's the number 8, and possibly another one. I think the number 1 has run out of fuel just after he's crossed the line. Number 8 has missed out on their lap, and that is Thomas Lorenzi. He could have had 13. That would have bumped him up another couple of spots. And the marshal's bringing, well, he's got his hands full, literally. He's got car 8 and car 7. So fuel and heat starting to affect things now. And now, next up, we've got Group 6. We're moving into the top heats. And we're getting to the point where I'm going to be getting rid of our qualifying grouping list. So there you see there's the Heat 5 mechanics pulling the cars away to the technical inspection, which is, of course, outside of our cameras. And the next group of drivers coming on So there's Papa Dominin in the X-ray shirt. I'm 99% sure his name's Fabio. Yes, got the thumbs up. You can see if you zoom in, if you put the broadcast on a 60-inch TV and zoom in, maybe you'll be able to see some of the RCTV stickers on there. You can get those by being an RCTV hero, by joining RCTV on YouTube. So all you have to do is just log on to YouTube in the usual manner, meaning, sign up for YouTube, and then join the channel. So it's 5 currency units in your local currency, and that's per month. You can cancel after the first month if you really want to, but help us out. But for that, you get a cool badge in the chat. You get priority follow requests out to you, and we're working on things that will be we can do for if you stay with us for 6 months or a year or whatever. There's all sorts of things. There we are. There's the stickers. 2 of those are on the sticker sheet. You got 1 each, and then there's smaller versions of those that are perfect for phones or notebooks or whatever you like, laptops, that sort of thing, tablets, sticker bombing things. So yeah, I think that's a really cool way to do that, really. So these guys out on their qualifying run, on their warm-up. 3 minutes of warm-up, 4 minutes of qualifying, and then they're pulled off the track, and then there's another 3 minutes before the next group is let out. So it's it is exactly every 10 minutes a new group of racers is out there. And there's our friend Nicola Morone in the car number 1, just on screen. Car number 2, Oliver Mack. Car number 3, Filippo Dominin. Car number 4 is Timu Lino, which I don't think he's going to be out there. He's not checked in. So he's given up on this European Championships, unfortunately. Saw him yesterday. He has had a stomach bug all week. It's not been pleasant for him. Like I said earlier, just getting over some weird sort of bug myself. And yeah, if you're doing travel and you're sick on a work travel trip, is not a good thing. So he has pulled out of the competition, basically, it seems, because he hasn't run all day. Marco Vigerding, Alvaro Fernandez Calvo, I think. Carmine Raiola, Tim Wood, one of our 2 UK racers. Why aren't more of you guys here? Mattia Colavo and Tobias Sutrik. And that's our 10 drivers. Actually, just 9 out there. So get better soon, Timu. And hope we see you soon. So it's still just warm up for now. 28 degrees out here. Don't know what the track temperature is like. But as Tony was saying, as the track gets hotter, you use more fuel because you need to run the engine just a bit richer to keep the engine cool, which means that your pit times start to come just very, very slightly more frequently. So we're going to see if anyone actually makes it to 14 laps. Because as Yillis was telling us in our chat earlier today, it makes it extremely tricky that if you do cross the line to start your 14th lap. Okay, and here we go. Here's our overalls. So Balestre with a 0 and a 0. Gruber with a 0 and a 0. They are tied. Their throwout so far is Balestre with a second, or a 2 points, and Gruber with a third, I think is what that says. So whichever of those 2 in Heat 7, which is the next run out. So we're following Dominin, I believe. There we go. Let's stick with him for a couple of laps. Whichever of those 2 ends up on pole, or pole TQs this round. Oh, Dominin's over. Dominin's over. He's upside down. So that is his qualifying run not ruined. Probably ruined, but, we're on Raiola now. the Infinity driver who hit the podium at the 10th, the touring, 200 millimeter touring car Euros. And I'm actually just now starting to feel the heat because I think the wind has completely dropped down on this side of the track. But on the other side of the track, the flags are cracking. They're actually horizontal, blowing straight into the drivers' faces as they're coming down the main straight. So that will be slowing them down just ever so slightly. And let's, now we're on the car 6. It's not, sorry, that's Fernandez. I was looking at the wrong heat. Fernandez going through the kink there around the Omega. Down the pit straight now. And car 5 now we are on is the Vigerding, Marco Vigerding. Vigerding not doing too shabby in this one. Top 3 at the moment. On car 9 now, Mattia Colavo. Car 9, Colavo. Let's drop back one car. Here we are. And I think that's car 8 of Tim Wood. Yes. I can actually recognize Tim Wood's color scheme now. Let's stick with Tim Wood for a lap. He's a car number on his other side. He's okay. At least we can read it. Which means the referees can read it. Because you mostly see the right side of the car. So once we hit the, let's go to the finish line now, pick up car 1 of Marone, our friend Nicola. He's going down pit straight and into the hairpin. And he's going down the main straight now. That's Nicola Marone. So, obviously, Marone not stuck under a fence and doing pretty good. Running second, third, so top 3 kind of swapping places, but doing okay. I think the only one we haven't covered is Oliver Mack, but we've covered him before during the day, I'm sure. During qualifying and practice, if we do cover practice, we always here at RCTV try to show as many cars as we can. Of course, 1/8 scale, running 4-minute qualifying heats makes it very difficult. Let's see if I can find the car number 2 on his last lap. Of course, it's a bit late now. I think Mac is, no, he's still out there somewhere. Mac is in the Tiffany green car going through the kink now and around the Omega, if it's possible to pick him up. And he's just coming in a bit. Yeah, it's okay. I'm sure we covered him before. Okay, so fastest guys coming up imminently. So just a reminder, I was saying earlier today that immediately after Heat 7, which is this one coming up, is the Super Bowl. It's actually an hour and a bit after Heat 7 finishes. So I do believe we're going to go off air and come back on air. So what you need to do, no matter what platform that you're watching us on, whether it's YouTube or Facebook, if you're on YouTube, whether it's EFRA or RC Racing TV, subscribe to the channel and then hit the bell icon. And what that does, and I know everybody's tired of watching YouTubers go, subscribe and hit that bell. What it does is it sends a notification to your phone, your tablet, or I'm not sure if it does it on your laptop or browser, but you'll get a notification somewhere saying, this channel that you just subscribed to is now live. And then you go, Super Poll. Yes, I want to watch that. Because we're going to do whatever we can to have the poll man, the overall TQ, whether it's Tony, whether it's Dario, who knows. We're going to have, we had a great chat with Dario when he was watching the Super Poll with us. And it was very, very informative. It was a really good chat. So we're going to try and do the same thing again for the Super Poll. Because they just have to sit there and watch and listen and go, this is where so-and-so breaks, and this is where so-and-so accelerates, and that's where he shifts. Okay, that's interesting. So yeah, make sure and do that. If you're on Facebook, just keep your tab open or just check your notifications. But basically, we're supposed to be live with that from 4. So basically around 3:55 or so, just before 4 o'clock GMT, and just adjust your clocks accordingly, no matter where in the world you are. Make sure and check that out so that you can catch the Super Poll live. It's going to be a separate show, so it's going to be a separate live stream. Okay? Okay. So, cars have just been released on the grid for Heat 7. So just to remind everybody, there's a few names here that might be familiar. We've spoken to several of them today already. Robert Peach, Dario Bellestri, Tony Gruber, Francesco Tironi, Mirko Salemi, Ulis Grosskamp, Dominic Greiner, Simon Kurzbuch, Alex Thurston, and Andrea Catanzani. So several familiar names in there, several European champions. Tony Gruber is the current touring car European champion. Dominic Greiner is the defending European champion in this class. How you doing? And so some familiar faces coming through. As I said, we've been to here to Villarreal several times in the past, and so it's always good to see some familiar and friendly faces. So we've got Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Switzerland, and the lone UK representative is Alex Thurston in this group, currently out on track. So just a very, very quick look at the live chat. Is it? So it seems to be a fairly active discussion about off-road versus on-road. Not versus, but you know, we're all RC people here. Seems to be a very, very long and ongoing. Hey, Alessio Mazzeo is watching. Hey, Alessio. Ciao, Frank. Ciao, Nico. So, Alessio, I hope you're still watching. It's starting to feel a bit molto caldo. A bit hot. Maybe not molto caldo. Caldo. It's getting there. So, time is starting to count down. Alessi, you've joined us just in time for the final heat. So we are on Dario Bellestri, one of our 2 potential TQ men. Tony Gruber, I believe, is the car just behind. But we're going to stay with Dario. I think he just went a little bit of a mistake there, a little wide and a little sharp turn. Maybe caught some wind going down the straight. The wind seems to have died down just a tiny bit. It's going through the kink. follow him for a couple of laps, and then we'll drop back to Tony. Robert Peach running the number 1 car, but having some sort of mysterious, weird problem in the first round. And in the 4th round, not having a good run either. So those are his 2 throwouts. Let's drop back 1 car now to Tony Gruber. There's Tony on camera, going around the hairpin. Down the main straight once again. Through the S's, through the kink. And then, so no dramas. I mean, we don't want them to have drama. We're just here. Ooh, and Dario gets sideways just in front of us. We're on Tony, but I watched Dario about 5 yards from me just get really sideways around the first corner after the finish line. That was dramatic. Well, let's drop back 1 car to Yillis. Yillis, at the moment, coming across the finish line now in the car 6. Tons of clear space behind him and ahead of him. He's got no one around him. Shouldn't have any troubles like he did in the last round with a car that just didn't want to move out of the way. And as I said before, the referees basically saying, well, you know, they're on the same lap. It's up to them to kind of sort it out. And Yillis did. He did a good pass, a hard pass to get past the car. So drop back 1 car to Tironi, I believe is that car 5. Oh, so sorry, it's Salemi. Salemi is the next car behind, and then it's 3 yellow cars in a row. So thanks very much, guys. It's Salemi, Catanzani, and I'm pretty sure it's Tironi. Who has just gone upside down. Unfortunately, it's Thurston just before the finish line, and he's flamed out as well. So he's going to be losing that lap and any other laps that he may have picked up. It looks like his dad is blowing his cheeks out and not in a massive rush to get going again. So let's see which of the, okay, so we're in the lead. Let's drop back to the second of these yellow cars. I mean, it's just another yellow car going around. Number 4 is the next car behind in that's Tironi. So we were following Salemi. We're now on Catanzani, who had, along with Peach in the very first run, had a terrible first run. Didn't even, I think his car was just revving. Like the receiver had just decided to stop working with a servo. Let's drop back 1 car again to the last of the yellow cars. Number 4 car, Tironi. And the next car behind will be Simon Kurzbrook, who hasn't been doing a huge amount, I don't think, in this Euros. We drop back to the orange and yellow car. So I think he's on his last lap now. Simon Kurzbrook. Greiner is the pink car behind. And if we finish on Greiner, looks like Kurzbrook is just maybe run out of fuel. Is he going low? Oop. Oh, and we just had our ambient mic knocked over. It literally just got hit by Catanzani. So thanks, Andrea. And look at Greiner. Look at Greiner. Look at this. Running out of fuel. That's Tilo. Is that the perfect amount of fuel? No, he's shaking his head no. So there's our finishing order. Tony Gruber taking that one. So it looks like Gruber's our TQ man. So there we are. So should we... Oh, the production hand motions are just always fabulous, right? And there we go. There's our finishing order. Tony Gruber is our TQ. for the 2023 EFRA. Not 1/10 buggy Euros. Not the 1/10 buggy Euros. Yeah, okay. He knows, but yeah. For the 1/8 IC track Euros here in Villarreal, Portugal. Thank you very much for watching. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage. If you do, give us a subscribe, whether it's on EFRA or RCTV. If you really love it, head over to the RCTV channel and hit the join button and see all the great things you can get from us. But Tony Gruber is our TQ man, Dario Balestre, Robert Peach, Yilis Grosskamp, and Mirko Salemi are our 4 drivers in the Super Pole. Dominic Greiner in the semifinals, starting from 7th, Francesco Tironi just ahead of him. Then we've got Lamberto Calari up there in the semis. Marco Vigerding in the semis. Andrea Catanzani, Alvaro Fernandez, Carmine Raiola, Nicola Moroni doing really well. Simon Kurzbuch also up there from Switzerland. So excellent work for these guys. So we have an extremely special guest. Go ahead, you can adjust it. Yeah, just make sure that's pointing at your mouth. There we go. Tony Gruber, TQ.
Yeah.
How about that?
Unbelievable. In the first 3 minutes, the car feel not so good.
Really?
So yeah, to stay confident and push. So then after the start, the car feel much better. I don't know why, but maybe it was to be nervous in the first 3 minutes. But every lap push. So also I feel I come, because I see Dario. I feel I come a little bit closer every lap.
Yeah. We noticed you were out on, obviously he was first across the line, so we followed him first, and then I go, oh, Tony's just behind him. Okay, so let's follow him for a couple of laps to see if anything happened. We saw Dario make a couple of mistakes. I saw him go wide. He did a drift around this corner while we were following you. So he made a couple of mistakes, but then I think the wind is, if you see the flags, it's going straight down. You're driving into it coming down
to
the
be honest,
straight.
To be honest, a lot of drivers say the wind is a part of a problem.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I don't feel the wind so much. I cannot say the wind is any problem for me. I think more the temperature now. I see 28. We decided to stay with the setup we had before because not so warm. Yeah. But what can I say? It's just 10th of a seconds in every lap, so yeah, just unbelievable and really happy about that.
Well, it's excellent work. Obviously Sicily, you're the not new at the time. I said you were new, but that is actually your second European Championship in touring car, wasn't it?
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
So, but you're the current touring car Nitro champion, and things are going pretty good.
Yeah, if you think about we win the 110 European, then for sure you think about to win also 1.8 like Dominic last year to make the double. In the first 3 training days, it was difficult to find the right balance of the car, to find the right setup. But then on Thursday, we find something, and then we improve from round to round. And then I also can focus on my line, which is here really important, like always. But on this track, if you make 1 meter too much, then it costs a lot of time.
Yeah.
Also, you need an engine for sure, and with the Elasitune engine, it's unbelievable. The power on the straight, you can see it. It's just amazing.
That's it's excellent work. It's been very interesting watching how qualifying has progressed, because when I got here, I was talking to Greiner, talking to Dario. We saw Dario first actually in the Burger King in town, and then came here and talked to Dominic and talked to you. Everyone was saying Robert Peach was he was the fastest. Oh, he's fastest. And then something happened. Obviously, we talked to him about it, but and then it became a battle between you and Dario once again.
Yeah, like I say in the beginning, we don't find the right setup, don't find the right balance. But if you see Dario and Robert was 1 second and 3 laps faster than everybody, then it was difficult to understand why. But then like on Tuesday we find something and then we improve from round to round. Also if we don't get the TQ now, it will be hard in the Super Bowl. Like if Robert there or Dario is there, then it will be hard too. But amazing we did it.
Okay, well, I certainly we'll go let you work on your car now, and enjoy your break. We would love to have you back for Super Bowl. Like we had Dario in the commentary booth, just like this, watching everybody go out and try to get straight into the A final. Is that can we count on you to come back and commentate with us?
The Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Why not? We can do it. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Perfect. I think it'll be excellent. I mean, we had some excellent insights from Dario and some very interesting chat as well. So it's good. So come back at 4:00 for us here. We're going to have Tony. We're here in Villarreal, Portugal, for the 2023 EFRA 1/8 IC Track European Championships. We'll be back at 4.
Well, stay tuned, everybody. We will be back with Superpole around 4 o'clock local time, which of course is 5 o'clock across the rest of Europe. But we're in Portugal, same as the UK. So we'll be back very soon with Superpole. is on. UFC. So, if you're listening and you're waiting, Super Bowl is coming very soon. Just under 30 minutes to go, and Super Bowl will be on your screens. Don't go anywhere.
All right, everybody, thanks for hanging on. We are going to be live in just a few minutes for the Super Pole here at the 2023 EFRA 1/8 IC Track European Championships from Villarreal, Portugal, where we're just starting to get some clouds. The wind has, it's not really diminished, but clouds are starting to come over the hills that are behind the track, but coming from the direction of the wind that we're getting, but not going to be threatening anybody with rain. So anyway, stay tuned. We will be live very, very shortly. Welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for Super Pole. So 3 minutes, they're going to be opening the track. But actually, we're going to have a little something extra happening before then. And as promised earlier, we're going to have Tony Gruber talking with us, and he's going to be watching proceedings, watching his rivals basically out on track, trying to join him directly into the main final. If you were watching our coverage from Sicily for the Touring Car Nitro European Championships from Sicily, we had Dario Balestri, who was the overall TQ, and it was a very interesting thing. So we're just going to cut very quickly to Matt talking to Mirko Salemi.
Hey, Matt. Hey, Mirko. How are you doing? Congratulations on making Super Pole.
Thank you, thank you.
How are you feeling going into this?
But the feeling for now is better, and I hope for the Super Pole.
How have your laps been? Are you a fast single lap guy?
The single lap is crazy, but I try for the fast lap.
Okay, well, best of luck. Thank you very much, Mirko. Thank you very much. Good luck to Mirko. Yillis, we didn't even need translation. See? Translation was for my purposes. Yillis, hey, how are you?
How are you?
I'm good. I feel fine. How do you feel?
Like it here?
How do you feel?
No, it's nice here. It's a good track. It's good weather all week, so it's nice.
You're a pro at this. Like you don't get nerves. You don't get that feeling down here, right?
No, not really, because I just do my best here, and I know I haven't been running in this class much for the year now, but I'm doing well, so I'm just enjoying it. So.
How nice would it be to go straight through to the final?
Should be great, but it's not so easy. You have seen the qualifications, and Dario and also Robert can turn a very fast lap. So I will be happy that I can be close, and my car is good. So my car is good for tomorrow for the semi-final, and of course I try to do the maximum I can.
Well, there's so many people cheering you on online. We're all wishing you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Good luck, Yillis. And Mr. Balestri, how are you doing?
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Here we are again.
First of all, Tony make a great job. He deserves absolutely 100%. And about us, nothing. We just keep the car as the last hit, and we try to make one lap. That's it.
With all your experience, do you get nervous at all for something like this?
Yeah, sure, it's not the best time during the week. But, you need to focus for one lap, so you do your 100%.
The last 1/10 Nitro Euros, the last 1/8 Nitro Euros, one man you have been super dominant in all of them. But when it came to finals day, it didn't go your way. How are you feeling now?
I feel as always, honestly, doesn't change so much to be first or second. So maybe this time we'll be more lucky to start second, third or fourth. Look in the last times, it's okay.
If anyone can do it, you can. Best of luck, Dario.
Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Peach, how's it going?
Yeah, quite okay. I expected maybe a bit more for qualifying, but I'm happy.
We're here again, aren't we? I think you took Super Pole a year ago at this event.
Yeah, exactly. I have quite a lot of experience with Super Pole now, but yeah, it's always difficult. The condition will be also difficult because of the upcoming wind now, and also we didn't have cars on track since 1 hour, so conditions will be the key, I guess.
You, no doubt, and many people online felt that maybe you should have won the last Euros in this class. You want to put some of that to bed at this event? Or you want to claim back what you should have had last year, potentially?
Difficult to say. I mean, I'm still like, I'm not still sad, but I'm sad about last Euros, not because what has happened, but in 2018 I 2 minutes, so I lost twice in the last laps, basically. So maybe I have good karma for this race, and I have the better luck this time.
What it means is you need to get straight into that final, right?
Yeah, I try, but I think also with semi-final, if you have a clean semi-final, you can do everything.
Best of luck, Robert.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Frank.
Right, okay, so as you've heard from our Super Pole racers, it's going to be a tough one. The wind has picked up, and as Robert was saying, there's been no cars in the track for the last hour or so. So it's going to be a little bit different conditions than when they were last out. I mean, those guys were just on the track. They were the last cars to actually go out on track. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough one for them. And you know, from my perspective, better them than me. So they are getting warmed up. Let's see if we can find the pit cam. There we are. So we can see Mr. Pineda, and there's Felix walking past. These guys, pitman directly underneath the drivers, which is customary, and they're obviously on headsets as well. Here we are. The man of the hour. There you go. You can adjust it as you need. Just make sure that's pointing at your mouth. And there we are. Hello, Tony.
Hello again.
Great. Okay, now, so a few weeks ago, you were in the position of the drivers up in the rostrum. What, from your perspective only, obviously, what's it like being up there, knowing that everybody? I mean, look at we have the grandstands are half full. Everybody out, no one's packed up and gone home to their hotels or whatever. Everybody's watching one car at a time. What is the feeling that's going in your head?
In one side, you are extremely nervous. In the other side, you are really happy because you are in the possibility to have the chance to go in the final. And it's not, how can I say? You know what you can do because you are in this position to drive the Super Pole. And for sure, against Dario and Robert here, it's hard.
Yeah.
I'm happy that I'm not in this position now.
Yeah.
But yeah, you drive alone. You hear engine you never heard before. And everybody's watching, but you have to just focus on yourself.
Yeah.
And to forget everything out there, just drive your laps, your style, your line, keep pushing. So my heart is pumping.
Yeah.
Because I know how the driver feel now. So I will enjoy now.
Is it a case of better you guys than me?
Again?
Is it a case of better them up there driving than you?
Oh, sorry, I don't understand.
I mean, are you happy that you're down here instead of up on the rostrum?
Sure.
Of course.
Of course.
So are you listening for all the different shift points and clutch engagement points and stuff like that for everybody?
Especially the shift point after the finish line on the left corner and then the right corner.
Yeah.
Because on this part of the track you don't hear your engine. You absolutely hear nothing. So also now everybody have the mic,
the headset.
The headset on. So you have just one ear and you hear also more. Not so much.
Yeah.
That's why on the left side of the track you hear nothing, and also.
Okay, I see what you mean.
When you go a little bit on the throttle, you don't hear. You just have to feel it. If you have a good clutch, then you can feel really good. If you have not so good clutch, then it's difficult to have the feeling of the car, of the engine.
Right.
To find the right line. But you can just hear your engine in the middle of the track. The straight, for sure, you don't need to hear. But in the middle of the track, in front of the restroom. You can hear it, but on the other side, on the left side, on the right side, you hear nothing.
Okay. Just getting a lot of wind noise. I don't know if you can hear that as well. Yeah, okay. That's all right. I mean, the wind is really picked up. The wind, I mean, we can see actually clouds starting to come over the hill that's behind the track. But obviously it's not going to rain, but or if it does, I really doubt it will. But we're going to have full sunlight for the duration of the Super Pole. Should take, warm-up should just be probably another couple of minutes at most. And then it looks like every driver is going to get 5 minutes on their own. So a few minutes, and then probably about 1 minute to do just their 4 or 5 fastest laps. So Robert was saying up on the roster, and we were talking to all the other guys that are out there now. He was saying up on the roster that there's been no cars for the last hour. Has that what kind of effect would that do? Is it because the wind may have blown some dust on the track or cooled the track down at all or anything like that?
I think the main problem now is the wind, because everybody say the wind is horrible. But like I say before, from my side, I don't feel the wind. I don't know. Maybe it's the setup what we choose.
Do you use that serrated rear gurney flap?
What?
The sawtooth gurney flap at the back?
We use the teeth which is in central of the ring.
Okay.
So Extreme have also the option to have the full teeth ring. But on this track, you need the balance of the car in the corners, so that's why we choose the teeth in the middle. We also try to have the full teeth, just because of the size of the track, to have more speed. But it feels not so good in the corners on this track with the setup, so we choose the teeth in the middle. But it's not the big point of the setup. It's just a little option.
Yeah. It was just in this class. There doesn't seem to be. I mean, it's quite a mature racing class, so there's very little, I guess, innovation, I suppose. All the cars tend to look very, very similar. So once you see something like that on a body shell, that's a new thing. It really sticks out. You know what I mean?
Especially in the front. Like in the top 5, top 10, it's the little things who decide who is in front. Because everybody know how to set up the car, how to set up the engine, everything. So it's the little things you don't see.
Yeah.
But there are little things you can do.
There's so many little things. That's
the
problem.
And for sure you need some luck.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
So now Mirko is the first one?
Yes.
Okay.
So he gets a warm-up time as well. Well, additional warm-up time. So 3 minutes more for Mirko. And lots of racers walking in front of us, carrying armfuls of drinks, getting to the gallery. And here's Mirko Salemi from Italy. Mirko's running, is it Capricorn? Tony?
Yeah, it's a Capricorn.
Capricorn, yeah. So we have a Capricorn, Infinity, and Mugen for Robert Peach. So does you run a Capricorn as well? So does Mirko run anything majorly different to what your setup would be?
To be honest, I don't know. I don't check Mirko's car because we focus on ourselves, on the setup for me, for the track, for my line. So we just concentrate on our setup and don't focus. Don't speak with other drivers.
you share any like I don't know, I mean not setup tips or anything, but you know, like, oh, watch out for this one bit here, or I've tried this and it worked for me, maybe you try it or anything like that?
Yeah, sure. A lot of drivers come to me and ask me what they can do, what I have. I have totally no problems to speak with them about my setup, about my what I want, what I can do. Yeah, I have totally no problems with that, to speak about my setup, why I decide to choose this.
Have you had to do any of Tila was telling me yesterday that even on the back straight they were trying to do like a lift and coast sort of thing to save fuel, to make sure that they make the full 4 minutes, because we've seen some racers, no one in the top heats I think, but some racers run out of fuel. I think Dominic actually in the very last run, he ran out of fuel about there in front of the grandstand and coasted over the line. It was so close.
Yeah, especially on this big track.
Yeah.
The first thing before we race here on the first day was if you can go over 4 minutes, because you have all the time nearly full throttle.
Yeah.
And with 1.8, 4 minutes, it's always critical. But now it's the first lap.
Yeah, this is his first time lap.
Okay, now we watch.
Oh wait. So it's next time over. So time has started now for Salemi. First lap. 19.555.
He had some problems in the first lap with the bumps in the middle of the track.
.190. So quite a bit faster, that one.
This one looks also faster. Mm.
18.859 is what he's saying?
18.859, yeah. Now this lap is a little bit slower because he pushed over the line.
Yeah, he was.
He held the throttle, so now it's a little bit slower.
Was he just repeating the last?
No, we don't say the time.
So that was his fastest lap, was the 18.859. Did he say 555? Okay.
18.5? No, 18.8.
Yeah, 18.859 was his fastest.
Also go back to for the run time. Yeah, in the beginning it was difficult to think about the 4 minutes to go over. But with the Elasi-tuned engine we make a lot of development, and also for the run time we can improve a lot. Now my best was 4 minutes 30 was the the calculated run time.
Yeah.
And yeah, think about never before you can drive 4 minutes from my side. Never before 4 minutes 30 seconds. So in this side we have improved a lot. Or Daniele improved a lot in his walk, in his stuff. So this helps also because you can push. You don't have to think about go easy, don't push so hard. So for my side, was no problem to make the 4 minutes and 1 lap more. So I can push. I don't have to think about it.
Now Yillis is usually. I mean, he's kind of known for being pretty good on fuel economy.
Yeah.
That's kind of his thing, I guess, to do one stop fewer than everybody else. So I'll be curious to see how this goes. How he goes in the final, just in general. But
also in Sicily, he drive 1 lap more than the other guys. I think I don't remember so good, but he is known for his driving style to save fuel, and especially in the final, he is it's hard against him because normally you fuel 1 more time against him, and it's 10 seconds, 8-10 seconds. You have to be fast on the track, 8-10 seconds to be the same time.
Yeah. Is there anything interesting that you're noting about Yillis's driving? I mean, now he's the only car on track. Everyone can hear his engine. Is there anything interesting that you know?
You hear, especially in the middle of the straight, for example, where start position number 1 is.
Yeah.
You hear the engine is maximum, so then it's just hold his speed. It don't improve till the end of the straight. So in the middle of the straight, he is full speed, and there comes nothing more. So maybe the engine has a little bit, not so much power, or maybe with the gears, he decided to be fast in the infield. But also can be happen. I don't know which tires he choose. I think big tires, new tires.
Right. Yeah.
But I don't know. Can be also a point that he used tires. Then also you have not speed anymore on the straight, but I think he have new tires, like everybody.
Yeah. So we've got about 10 or 15 seconds before the clock starts counting down, so it's about another lap or so. Yeah. So the computer voice is counting down, so the next time Yillis crosses, he'll be starting his first timed lap. And the horn has just sounded. .9. So it's just his first lap. He's got a few more attempts. .19 point something, so that doesn't matter. I think he said 18.9.
Yep.
Oh, 9.46. So he didn't better his lap that time. I think he has one more attempt. 8:16, so just faster. Just faster than Salemi by about 0.04 of a second. So 2 more drivers to go. Who do you think is going to take it?
If you check the lap times during the day and also yesterday and also the other days, I think Robert is a bit slower. He can, I don't know, he can push, I think, for the fastest lap a little bit more than Dario. It's difficult to say. Also in the last qualification he was not so fast. I think he tried something on the setup in this round, but I think it doesn't work so good. Then I think he go back now. Yeah, but I think Robert it's a little bit faster in the fastest lap.
Now, are you? Obviously, we know what happened last year with Greiner. Wasn't in the Super Pole. He's not in the Super Pole today. Started 6th, went down to 11th, ended up winning it. Are you worried about something like that potentially happening?
Dominic always in the final. Always he is one guy who can play for the victory and also for the podium. Never forgot Dominic. So also when it look not so good for him, you don't have to think about him.
So 2 minutes left of Robert Peach's run. Oh, a little wide there. So you haven't found yourself caught out by in these corners with the wind coming this way and being where you feel the wind pushing the car anyway? You haven't experienced that at all?
Yeah. Last year for the European 1.8 Valencia, there was horrible the wind. It was like a storm.
Oh wow!
So it was. You was not there? No.
No, I wasn't. Matt was and Jude was on camera, but it was Nick who was doing the commentating.
You know what for the storm. You know, it was. Yeah, but unlucky I was not in the final. I was in the half final. I come in the pit and right before my father to refuel, the engine stopped, and then it was 2 minutes till the end. It was not possible anymore to be in the pump up spot. But the wind was not like here, extreme more.
Valencia is even closer to seashore than we are here. We're about an hour inland from Porto. So 30 seconds. It's a countdown clock for Robert. So he goes in for final tweak and tune from his mechanic, Mr. Ialesi.
Yeah, if you see the wind coming from the left side on the track.
Yeah, and you can see how straight the flags are. It's really strong.
So this will be a little bit more critical, especially in the left corners. But we will see.
So first lap. 19.181. So just warming up. 18.725, according to Mr. Pineda.
This lap again will be slow because you push over the line.
You say like, yeah.
Now we have one more lap.
Yeah.
This looks good. Like 18.5.
18.702. So, getting just a bit faster each time. So in a few minutes, we'll know if it's going to be the Tony and Dario show again. So here is Dario Balestre's warm-up period. He's got a few minutes of warm-up, and then just like all the other racers in this Super Pole, the time will automatically count down to start of the individual Super Pole lap runs. Now you must see these guys on a fairly regular basis with with ENS and Euros, and I imagine you do all the German national series and stuff like that. Are there any of these drivers that you kind of that make you afraid to try and put a move on them or anything like that?
You mean now the TQ spot for me?
No. I mean, just in general, like if you're coming up on them in a race, and you're like, okay, oh, it's this guy. I don't know. Oh, should I pass him here or wait? You know, are there any like danger? You know, like Max Verstappen, the last few years when people were afraid to be around him too much. Is there anyone like that out on the currently racing that you race against?
Yeah, for sure. You have a lot of experience to drive in first position or second position. He's nearly always the man for the TQ one, or maybe to win the Super Pole in the first lap, 2 lap.
What was that with his engine there?
I don't know.
Could be a slow lap, I think. (18.966). Well, I say slow. It's already in the 18s.
If nothing happened now, then he is faster. A little bit right there, but I think it's still faster.
18.6. Yeah. He can just pull over now.
Now you want to show what he can do.
So, your danger man, straight into the final with you.
No, he wants to show.
Yeah, he wants to put on a little show again. (18.388). Wow. Oh wow. Okay. Okay, 18.388. What are your thoughts on that?
It's fast for these conditions now.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Dario is. If he don't reach the TQ after the qualifications, he is definitely the man you have to check for the Super Pole. Yeah, but tomorrow is a new day.
Mm-hmm.
We will see for the temperatures. I don't know. I don't check now. But I'm looking forward to have him behind me.
Yeah.
More than Robert.
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay.
To
You're more worried about Robert trying to pass you. Okay. Just a moment. We'll hear from Dario in just right now. Here we go. Talking to Dario.
Wow, that was pretty spectacular.
Yes, it was nice. Also, I changed a little bit the car before, and maybe with this car in the last heat, I don't know. But yeah, everything was working very, very good now.
You were in your own league. You won it halfway through, and you a bit of showboating. Let's see how fast you could go on your own. Is that what that was about?
Yeah, because the car was really nice to drive now, and I want to show which was the real potential actually. And yeah, it was nice to drive.
So how do you feel for tomorrow then? What's the strategy? What's the inside the head?
Actually, I'm really confident because I find something in the car very stable. And with the strategy, I don't think there are so much strategy to make with the tires, to be honest. And with the fuel, will be, I think, 4 minutes for everybody. So it's just about drive.
And this track, you need to get past. You need to overtake. Is this easy track to overtake?
It's never easy to overtake in every track. So also depend on the conditions, because usually in the evening, in the afternoon, start windy. I really hope this time we can have a clean final to play together all the time. Yeah. Because last European Championship was a really catastrophic day for everybody. So I hope it will be not a lottery, but a fair race.
Dario, you gave us a mind-blowing Super Pole. Thank you so much. It was so good to watch. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you, everybody. Ciao.
So great stuff there from Dario and Matt. So Tony, final words. I mean, what do you think about what Dario was saying there, where it's in that interview?
Well, from my side, I see his performance now, so he don't need to say something about it. Yeah, but tomorrow is a new day. We will check for the wind, because everybody have problems with that. From my side, no. So maybe it's a little bit chance for me, but we see tomorrow with the overall pace for everybody, how you stay, how you wake up, how you feel on this day.
Yeah. And
then we will see. 45 minutes, it's long. Can happen everything.
For sure.
Also for the tire change, for the strategy, I think everybody go for 2 times change. Also for the 4 minutes, we have to check. I think we can drive longer than 4 minutes because we have the run time. But this we have to figure out. But yeah, we will see tomorrow. how the feeling is.
Yeah, well, we certainly will see. 45-minute main final. Tony Gruber here and Dario Balestre, who we just watched blast out at 18.388 lap on his Super Pole runs. So anyway, we're going to be ending the stream. So thank you very much, Tony, for your chat here. It's been eye-opening. It's been really good. Good chat. And
that was the first time for me. I hope everything was good.
Yeah, no, it was excellent stuff. So that's it from us here on EFRA and RC Racing TV. Join us back tomorrow. I think let me see I've got the time schedule in front of me. Finals start at 9 a.m. with the 1/16th final B, and the main final kicks off at 3:30 in the afternoon. That's provided there's not too many 10-minute delays. And so we'll see you tomorrow here from Villarreal, Portugal for the EFRA 2023 1/8 IC Track Nitro European Championships. That's it from us. We'll see you tomorrow.